Chapter 99. Gu Changa could only cluck his tongue in response. He made it sound like he really wanted to become the Grand Elder's disciple. In this world, cultivators had always avoided demonic nature. This was especially true after they thought Gu Changa was born with it. This demonic nature was not an aura, but a demonic nature revealed by his actions. This made the Grand Elder very disappointed. He also realized that Gu Changa had been eyeing the position of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's successor the moment he arrived. As for his goal, he could guess. Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's deeper regions were only accessible to those with the status of successor or elder. There were many secrets hidden there that even some ancient existences were interested in. Gu Changa definitely wanted to go there. Moreover, the Longevity Gu clan seemed to have ulterior motives for Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Gu Changa's motives for joining Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were impure from the very beginning. In the eyes of the Great Elder, many of Gu Changa's actions were indeed the same as what he had originally thought. Digging up his cousin's Tao bone, acting like a tyrant in the sect, and showing no respect to the elders. He had always been upright. If not for the rules, he would have kicked Gu Changa out long ago. Xian is so talented, and she's a nirvana paragon. I will naturally guide her with all my heart. But why are you pretending to be a good person? The Grand Elder glanced at Gu Changa. He had seen many people. How could such thoughts be hidden from him? Gu Changa was still as casual as ever. He did not get angry at the Grand Elder's words. Instead, he said regretfully, pretending to be a good person? Grand Elder, you're really prejudiced against me. I naturally want Xian to surpass me in the future. Why would I pretend to be a good person? He naturally did not have a good tone towards this old man. He did not even bother to call himself a junior. After all, the 21 Grand Elders would not dare to do anything to him. Pretending to be a good person? Although you're right, you still need to show evidence. You have good intentions? Why did you dig up your Tao bone to hide your demonic nature? The Grand Elder clearly did not want to let this matter go. He naturally wouldn't be so calculative with ordinary juniors. However, when it came to Gu Changa, he couldn't help but treat him with disdain. As for this matter, why is the Great Elder so insistent? Hasn't Xian already regrown her bones? Gu Changa shook his head. It was clear that he was unwilling to talk about some secret. Hearing this, Gu Xian couldn't help but look at Gu Changa in confusion. Does he want me to surpass him? Truth or lies? And how did he know that new bones had grown out? But from the looks of it, Gu Changa hadn't done anything to her, nor had he done anything to her, who had always wanted to kill him. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that the incident back then was not as simple as it seemed. There were some unknown secrets. What Gu Changa was doing now was too abnormal compared to what she knew. However, since Gu Changa didn't want to talk about it, she couldn't ask. This hatred couldn't be resolved with just a few words. This is a grudge between you and Xian. I don't want to interfere. Other than this nonsense, what else do you want? The Great Elder's expression darkened, and he directly ordered the guest to leave. Gu Changa said calmly, since Xian has become the Great Elder's disciple, as her brother, I naturally have to come and take a look. Of course, the main reason is that I'm worried that the Great Elder will be too harsh on Xian, because of me. He naturally said these words casually. After all, he didn't need to pay any price. To explain, I'm worried that although you accepted Gu Xian as your disciple, you will make things difficult for Gu Xian, because of me. You won't teach her well, and you will even be too harsh on her. Of course, his words were purely to disgust the Great Elder. He still trusted this old man's integrity. He wouldn't make things difficult for Gu Xian, because of these reasons. The main reason he said this was naturally to disgust him. At the same time, he wanted to let Gu Xian know how protective this brother of hers was of her. He was afraid that she would be wronged in front of the Great Elder. He was even willing to offend the Great Elder. As expected, The great elder's expression immediately changed when he heard this. There was a hint of anger. The sky behind him darkened, and the wind and clouds changed color. The terrifying power was like the wrath of the heavens. Lightning flashed in the sky. Many disciples of the palace of heavenly immortals were frightened. Their legs turned to jelly, and they almost knelt on the ground. That's where the great elder is. What happened? Many elders' expressions changed, and their hearts trembled. After so many years, this was the first time they felt the great elder's anger. The palace lord was like water, and the great elder was made of iron. These words weren't just empty words in the palace of heavenly immortals. It was obvious how terrifying the great elder's cultivation was. Guchanga, don't speak nonsense. How could Master's character be like this? At this time, Gusianer was also stunned. She quickly shouted in a delicate voice. She never expected Guchanga's purpose to be this. For a moment, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. These words had completely offended the great elder. After offending the great elder, even as a direct disciple, he wouldn't have a good time in the palace of heavenly immortals. Good. After so many years, this is the first time a junior dares to speak to me like this. Although I know you're deliberately disgusting me, I have to say that you've succeeded. The great elder wasn't an ordinary person. He quickly suppressed his anger and stared at Guchanga. He was so angry that he laughed. It would have been better if you didn't say that. If you say that, I will teach Xian, so that she can easily suppress you. If she can't do it, I will step down from my position as the great elder. It's not impossible for me to make you my successor. Guchanga was a little surprised by this oath. He was a little surprised. Of course, he still smiled casually and didn't care at all. Since the great elder said so, then I can rest assured. I look forward to that day. Changa won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. With that, he smiled and glanced at Gusianer. Then he turned into a ray of light and left. He came casually and left casually. As for offending the great elder, why would Guchanga care about that? At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daughter of Fortune, Gusian, killing intent wavered. Fortune points increased by 800. Fate points increased by 4,000. This first step could finally be considered to have taken effect. On the mountain peak, the mountain wind blew and the clouds rolled. For a moment, the atmosphere was silent. Gusian lowered her head and didn't speak. Her heart was in a mess. She knew that Guchanga's goal was to anger the great elder. At the same time, he said those words to make the great elder teach her more seriously. Now, she really didn't understand Guchanga. If the great elder taught her more seriously, wouldn't that be a bad thing for Guchanga? Why did he do such a thankless thing? Did he want to make up for what he owed her all these years? Or did he have other plans? Gusien's heart was in a mess. She couldn't figure out Guchanga's intentions. Finally, the great elder sighed. He looked at Gusien with a complicated expression and said, I never thought that there would be a time when I would be schemed against. This Guchanga can reach where he is today without reason. In the future, there will be a place for him at the top of the world. If these words were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. When has the great elder ever evaluated someone like this? And with such a confident tone, it was simply unimaginable. Gusien lowered her head and didn't speak. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was in a mess. Thinking back to the day when she saw Guchanga in front of the mountain gate, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. Did he want to make up for all this? But with Guchanga's temperament, when he did things, it was inevitable that he would anger her. Don't worry. Since I dared to say this, I will naturally do it. Guchanga, this junior, really angers me to death. His actions can't be described as demonic. The great elder saw that Gusiener didn't speak and then calmed down. He shook his head and said, Master, why do you think Guchanga wants to hide his demonic nature? Is there something else hidden? At this time, Gu Xian are suddenly asked with a puzzled expression. This should be Gu Changa's concealment. He hid it very well. Gu Xian also suddenly thought of this point. There are many reasons for a person to be born with a demonic nature. This old man is not clear about this, but this should be a secret that Gu Changa has been hiding. If you want to know, you have to ask him yourself. Hearing this, the great elder replied, innate demonic nature wasn't rare. It could be an innate demonic soul, or it could be accompanied by innate demonic energy, etc. He could only sense that 557 Gu Changa was hiding all this. As for what exactly it was, it still needed to be investigated. He wasn't interested in this. Now he just wanted to teach Gu Xian well and make Gu Changa regret what he said today. Thank you, Master. I understand. Gu Xian nodded, feeling that she had caught something. The demonic nature's influence is deeply rooted. Gu Changa's actions are largely influenced by the demonic nature. If it wasn't for this demonic nature, I wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. At this time, the great elder sighed again. He felt that this demonic nature had completely destroyed a good seedling. After returning to the palace, Gu Changa wasn't busy with other things. He first thought about what to do next. He had already pushed the matter of offending the great elder aside. It wasn't worth thinking about. He had set up so many tricks on Gu Xian, with her intelligence, she would naturally want to make connections and investigate the truth of the past. Gu Changa had already planned out what to do next, how to arrange the truth of the past, so he put Gu Xian aside first. So the matter of the immortal path has to be put on the agenda. Gu Changa couldn't help but narrow his eyes. According to his memories, the lost immortal path was hidden in the depths of the palace of heavenly immortals. The immortal path contained a supreme opportunity that he had always wanted. Calculating the time, this supreme opportunity should appear. He had always wanted to obtain the identity of a successor. It was for this supreme opportunity that he could enter the depths of the palace of heavenly immortals. Speaking of which, it's time to fuse with the world seed. When the time comes, combined with my void talent, I might be able to sneak in without anyone knowing. Gu Changa thought to himself. He opened his stats interface and found the 3 shattered world seeds. Just as Gu Changa was thinking about these things, outside the immeasurable sky where the palace of heavenly immortals was located, a black and gold phoenix carriage, pulled by 9 ferocious beasts that looked like divine phoenixes, was speeding over. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a plain muslin dress, sat in the carriage. Her face was like a painting, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyebrows were like slender willow leaves, and her pair of phoenix eyes were calm and deep. At this moment, she was rubbing her forehead, looking a little tired. My good husband, it's really difficult to deal with you. Chapter 100. Within the palace, Gu Changa looked at his current stats interface and fell into deep thought. Owner, Gu Changa Aura, Destiny Villain Weapon. 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's True Disciple. Longevity Gu Clan's Young Master Bloodline. Demonic Heart, Dao Bone Cultivation. Middle Stage Emperor Realm. Techniques and Abilities. Dao Heavenly Immortal Canon. 8th Level, 60%. Myriad Transformations Demon Body. Innate Talent. Innate Divine Will Innate Talent. Void Power Innate Talent. Immortal Devouring Demon Technique. Endless Immortal Mantra Fate Points. 10,000 Luck Points. 2,000 Black System Store. Unlocked Inventory. 1/3 of the World Seed X3. Luck Plunder Card X3 during this period of time. He already had around 10,000 Fate Points, which was considered a huge amount. Gu Changa was not in a hurry to break through. He began to search in the system store and finally found something in his inventory. Divine Concealment Talisman. Price, 8,000 Fate Points. Function description. Conceals one's aura for half an hour. It sounded like a useless function, but Gu Changa couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Since it was a product of the system, he could naturally trust it. Concealing one's aura, coupled with his void talent, where could he not go? Soon, Gu Changa exchanged for a divine concealment talisman. He didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, the supreme opportunity he was looking for was the immortal path that even supremes would be shocked. Other than that, he exchanged for 1,000 luck points and another 10,000 fate points to exchange for a restriction-breaking talisman and a region-breaking talisman. Restriction-breaking talisman, as the name suggested, could break restrictions. As for the region-breaking talisman, it was used in critical situations to escape. This was the so-called extra layer of protection. Then, Gu Changa began to combine the world seed, and a blurry image appeared in front of him. 3 seeds of different shapes appeared. There were various complicated patterns on them: heaven and earth, stars, mountains, and rivers. 557 absolute, beginning evolution. It was extremely vast and boundless. 1. A hazy light appeared. The 3 seeds began to fuse together, turning into a burst of multicolored light. Gu Changa felt a kind of boundless aura of the world. This aura fell on his chest, and in a trance he seemed to have turned into a boundless mass of chaos. Soon the primal chaos separated. Clear air floated up while turbid air sank. Heaven and earth began to evolve. A mysterious and vast world was born within his body, the inner world. When the sun, moon, and stars revolved, the earth, wind, water, and fire rotated, forming a natural cycle. It was still very small, but it had a complete embryonic form of a world. I've successfully fused with the world seed. I've also successfully refined it. It feels pretty good. I can throw anything I want into this inner world. If you run into a powerful enemy, it's not a problem to hide inside. However, don't run into an existence that is extremely proficient in the Tao of world creation. Gu Changa glanced at the few thousand fate points consumed in the process and did not mind. Then he pondered for a while. 1. There was a fluctuation in the void. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was, leaving only a small fluctuation in space. If someone was here right now, they would definitely turn pale with fright and feel that it was inconceivable. Gu Changa disappeared into thin air. This kind of method was simply appalling. However, if it was an existence that had a deep understanding of the Tao of world creation, they would still notice some strange fluctuations. Gu Changa did not disappear. Instead, he opened a space passage in an instant and went to another world. In the inner world, on a mountain peak, Gu Changa's figure appeared again. He looked at the scenery in the inner world. In terms of range, it was only 1,000 miles. There were mountains, rivers, ancient trees, and everything else. There were also some ordinary creatures, but there was no spiritual energy. However, there was a primal chaos far away, and it was still in the stage of evolution. This made him ponder. The world seed given by the system was naturally the highest kind. After all, from the appearance of the endless primal chaos, it was no different from the primeval world that he was familiar with in his previous life. In that case, his current inner world was actually just the embryonic form of a world. If he wanted to go further, he would have to continue to expand. Now, this place was equivalent to his foothold. Gu Changa considered that in the future, the inner world could evolve further into the supreme world. It was not impossible for it to descend into the supreme world and become the supreme innerverse, including thousands of realms. Of course, the current inner world already had many functions, such as suppressing the enemy, descending into the supreme world, and even devouring the original world. At this moment, Gu Changa's mind flashed with many familiar mythical scenes from his previous life. From the beginning of the primordial chaos, the birth of primal chaos, from the appearance of the 3,000 demon gods to the descent of Pangu, from the great god Pangu splitting the heaven and earth, Hongjun preaching the Tao, the appearance of the 3 pure ones, Nuwa creating humans, Swearin turning wood to fire. Of course, it was not impossible for him to achieve these in the inner world. Then Gu Changa thought of something and asked, "System, If I want to deduce the inner world, will I need to consume my destiny points? The system replied, Destiny points have the attribute of omnipotence. As long as there is enough, it can naturally deduce everything. Gu Changa nodded. With a thought, he directly activated the creator mode. Rumble. Soon, a vast and majestic palace rose from the ground behind him. It was like a heavenly palace, simple and grand, towering over the horizon, as if it was on par with the heavens. Just the majestic pillars alone were enough to support the heavens and earth, just like the ancient heavenly court. Gu Changa's figure appeared. At this moment, he was like the master of the heavenly court, ruling over thousands of realms. He nodded with satisfaction. With such a grand style, wouldn't it be more comfortable when I descend into the supreme world? Establishing the heavenly court did not cost him much destiny points. Because the small world originally belonged to him, it was easier to create it. Then Gu Changa's figure moved and returned to his original world, and began to fall into deep thought in the palace. Putting aside the matter of the inner world for now, it was time to consider the immortal path. As the saying goes, everything is ready except for the east wind. However, he was not very sure when the immortal path would open. So soon, Gu Changa thought of a person. His wife, no, his future wife, Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, she would definitely know about this matter, but it would take some effort to get her to speak. Moreover, if Gu Changa guessed correctly, Yu Mingkong would definitely come to the immeasurable heaven during this period. After all, in the timeline of her previous life, he was her greatest enemy. If she tried her best to take revenge, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity. As for stealing his future wife's opportunity, Gu Changa had nothing to feel guilty about. She was already his. The opportunity naturally belonged to him. Besides stealing his wife's opportunity, how could that be called stealing? Gu Changa also knew that it was not something that could be done in a day or two to change Yu Mingkong's deep-rooted hatred for him. Perhaps after bullying her a little, she would get used to it and give up. Gu Changa did not consider killing her, which was actually the greatest kindness. In the end, although he was bad, he was not so bad that he was deranged. Whether it was Gu Xianer or Yu Mingkong, Gu Changa did not choose to kill them directly. It was not that he could not do it, but that would be too boring. What was the difference between that and him, who was dominated by his demonic nature? Yan Ji! Then Gu Changa's expression returned to normal, and he called out with a message talisman. Yan Ji naturally followed him to the immeasurable heaven, but she usually hid in the dark and would not show herself easily. So currently, very few people in the immeasurable heaven knew that he had a great sage subordinate by his side. One had to know that even many elders of the Tao Heaven Palace had not reached this realm. Soon, there was a fluctuation in the void, and Yan Ji, dressed in a red dress, walked out. Her beautiful face had a respectful expression. Young master. Since returning from the forsaken immortal land, she had been recuperating and was seriously injured by a petal from that mysterious peach tree. At that time, if she had not reacted quickly and opened a passage with the region breaker talisman, she might have died there. Gu Changa looked at her, nodded slightly, and asked, "How are your injuries?" "Thank you for your concern, young master. With your elixir, I'm almost healed." Yan Ji heard and replied respectfully. Gu Changa was naturally very good to her. After she was injured, he had been giving her all kinds of excellent healing elixirs. During this time, he did not arrange anything for her to do and let her recuperate in peace. Now that he called her out, the first thing he did was to ask about her injuries. He was very considerate. Although she did not show it on her face, she was very touched. How many people could be so considerate? "That's good. I have something for you." Gu Changa nodded. "Young master, please instruct me." Yan Ji said, "Help me find the whereabouts of the unparalleled immortal dynasty's fourth princess in the immeasurable heavens. However, do not spread the news. It's best if she doesn't notice." Gu Changa said, "Yu Mingkong would definitely come to the immeasurable heavens. It was just that she would come secretly and find a place to hide and not let him know. After the incident with the Gu clan, Yu Mingkong had been hiding from Gu Changa. Gu Changa was naturally clear about this. Now he definitely had to find her. How could she not come to the immeasurable heavens and pay her respects to her husband? How could he not know what Yu Mingkong was planning? If she notices, you will appear and tell her that if she doesn't come to see me, I will personally capture her. Gu Changa suddenly added with a playful expression. Yes, young master. After hearing the order, Yanji left. She naturally knew about the relationship between the unparalleled immortal dynasty's fourth princess and Gu Changa. The fourth princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty was a famous genius of the upper world. Now, she was even conferred the title of crown princess. Even though she had an engagement, there were still countless pursuers. Most importantly, she faintly heard from the Gu clan that the fourth princess was very fond of Gu Changa. However, young Master Gu's attitude was always cold and indifferent. Now, it seemed that the fourth princess was actually hiding from young Master Gu. Yanji was a little puzzled. According to young Master Gu's personality, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that he disliked and hated the fourth princess? However, it was useless to think about this. This kind of thing was not something she could easily guess. Chapter 101. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. At noon, the sun shone resplendently, as if a heavenly flame was hanging in the sky. In the depths of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, accompanied by a divine light that rushed into the heavens, a loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded, as if a majestic ancient city was collapsing. The terrifying sound was like a heaven-shaking tide, immediately shaking the entire Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of divine rainbows appeared from the various mountains and divine islands, flying into the sky and gazing into the distance. Someone noticed that 5-colored immortal mist was gushing out. But soon, an elder of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace took action, reaching out with a palm that spanned across the sky, covering everything. This scene caused a huge commotion in every part of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Many disciples were shocked, spreading the news. In an instant, a huge commotion was stirred outside Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The spies of the various great sects and orthodoxies immediately sent this news back, stirring up a storm in the heavens of the inner region. Many people guessed that some kind of peerless immortal treasure had appeared in the depths of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, causing such a commotion. It was because there were rumors everywhere in the inner region that the depths of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was an ancient continent from the immortal ancient era that was moved here by a supreme expert. There were many opportunities inside, like the immortal ancient engravings and true immortal scriptures, all of which were memorized by the elders of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Normally, that area was guarded by Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, and no one could approach without permission. But with that divine light that rushed into the heavens, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was pushed to the heart of the storm, and many great sects and orthodoxies were restless. Normally, it was fine if Tao Heaven Immortal Palace monopolized the opportunities, but now, with the opportunities surging into the heavens, how could they let it monopolize it? Many of the upper echelons of the various powers had cultivated in Tao Heaven Immortal Palace for a period of time, so they were too thick-skinned to say such words. Thus, they planned to send their young disciples and clansmen to Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. In an instant, immeasurable heaven became incomparably lively. Divine rainbows, chariots, and warships from various powers rushed over. At the same time, in a relatively remote ancient city in the territory of immeasurable heaven, rumble. 9 phoenix-like beasts pulled a black, golden chariot as they rumbled through the sky. They descended towards the ancient city, attracting the attention of many cultivators. For such a grand trip, the people in the carriage were definitely of high status. Many cultivators began to guess who it could be. During this period of time, immeasurable heaven was very lively. Large amounts of cultivators could be seen hurrying towards Tao celestial ancient city. This place was so remote. Why would such a noble carriage come here? In a pavilion, an ordinary-looking, tall, and black-clothed man with an introverted expression noticed the commotion and suddenly raised his head to look outside. Why would a black-gold carriage suddenly appear here? From the runes on it, could it be someone from the Wushuang immortal dynasty? With 9 phoenixes pulling the carriage, her identity must be extraordinary. Could she be a princess? The black-clothed man seemed to be muttering to himself. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that mysterious runes were flickering on the black pendant hanging in front of his chest. Speaking of which, this place is not far from Tao's celestial ancient city. If you want to rush over, it won't take much time. I heard that the #1 beauty of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, Princess Yumingkong, has the appearance of an empress. Could the person inside be her? As he spoke, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. His gaze looked towards the direction where the black golden chariot had landed and became somewhat pensive. At this time, an exasperated voice suddenly sounded from the black pendant. "Stinking brat, don't forget the important thing. There is your opportunity in Tao Celestial Palace. Don't be unable to walk after seeing a woman. Even if she is the princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, she is not someone you can think of right now." Hearing this, the black-clothed man did not mind and said, "It's not a problem to take a look. It might not be that princess. Speaking of which, as the princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, why would she come to this place?" As he spoke, he got up and left the pavilion, heading in that direction, completely ignoring the persuasion of the voice in the pendant. "Your Highness, the ancient Blackstone city is here." In the city, outside the chariot, the voice of the white-robed old woman with a respectful expression sounded, reminding the beautiful woman sitting in the middle. It was Yu Mingkong who was slightly dazed. These words made her recover from her thoughts. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as her gaze fell outside, and she nodded slightly. The ancient Blackstone city. According to the memories of my previous life, the successor of the ancient celestial samsara, Yiling, first became famous in the ancient Blackstone city. In the following days, this person became famous in one fell swoop. Even the successor of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian, suffered a great loss at his hands at the beginning. After a period of time, he was defeated miserably in a battle. Yi Ling rose rapidly and became an extremely bright star in the various heavens in the inner region. For a time, his reputation even overshadowed that of my husband. In addition, he has many good friends by his side. There is the young master of the White Tiger clan, the young master of the Purple-Winged Divine Dragon clan, and so on. These people provided him with a lot of power. Yu Mingkong thought in her heart. Naturally, she came here to obtain the ancient talisman of samsara of the successor of the ancient celestial samsara. The ancient talisman of samsara contained the true meaning of samsara. It was an extremely powerful force, and in some aspects it could even fight against the forbidden demonic technique that Gu Changa possessed. At first, she said that she did not understand this. However, during this period of time, she finally found some records of it after reading through the ancient records. Therefore, she had to obtain the ancient talisman of samsara. On the other hand, she also knew that the person called Yi Ling was not simple. Yi Langtian could be considered by many cultivators in the outside world as a young supreme being who was on par with Gu Changa. From this, it could be seen that Yi Langtian was indeed extraordinary. As the successor of the Yi clan, he was defeated by Yi Ling in the end. Even his successor position was taken away by him. In her previous life, Yi Ling was also one of the few young people she knew who had survived Gu Changa's attacks. However, she was not sure whether he died or not. However, he had disappeared without a trace for many years. In my previous life, Yi Ling had the ancient talisman of samsara, but he was almost killed by my husband. If I obtain the ancient talisman of samsara in this life, I have to be more careful. Soon, Yu Mingkong's expression returned to normal. Her eyes were deep and cold as she looked outside the carriage. She had already secretly set up an inescapable trap, waiting for Yi Ling's arrival. As for why she was so sure that Yi Ling would come, combining the memories of her previous life, Yu Mingkong knew that for some reason, Yi Ling seemed to have a lot of admiration for her. After becoming the successor of the Yi clan, he even threatened to snatch her away. Naturally, she scoffed at this. Yi Ling was also almost killed by Gu Chang'e because of that threat. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Initially, she thought that Yi Ling had provoked Gu Chang'e, causing him to be unhappy. She even felt a little happy. However, now it seemed that Gu Chang'e was most likely also because of the ancient talisman of samsara. Asking for fresh flowers, Gu Chang'e had been scheming for various origins. He would definitely not give up on the reincarnation origin. Considering this, Yu Mingkong went directly to the Blackstone ancient city. She believed that if Yi Ling was here, once he saw the symbol of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, he would definitely not be able to resist showing himself. In her previous life, Yi Ling had countless women by his side. From this, she could guess what his temperament was like. Now that Yi Ling's cultivation is at most in the Marquis realm, this will definitely be his burial ground. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression was extremely cold and indifferent. She was in charge of life and death, like a high and mighty empress. She did not care what would happen if she killed Yi Ling. To her, it was like stepping on an ant. Of course, in order to step on this ant, she had made many arrangements. Not long after, Yu Mingkong sensed that someone was walking over. He was very young, and his qi and blood were extremely shocking. It was obvious that he had cultivated a certain body tempering technique. She narrowed her eyes and waved her hand forward. Buzz! The void trembled. Suddenly, many terrifying auras were hidden in the dark, locking down this world. 0-inch, this is the mansion where the carriage just landed. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Yi Ling frowned and stopped in front of the grand and unadorned mansion. Although he liked beauties, it did not mean that he was stupid. Sometimes his first instinct helped him avoid many risks. There were a few times when his life was almost at stake. For some reason, standing here, he felt a little uneasy. Brother Turtle, do you think we should go or not? At this moment, Yi Ling's expression was a little doubtful as he asked about the black pendant on his neck. When he was young, he went up the mountain to search for a spiritual medicine. In the end, he accidentally entered an underground cave and picked up this black pendant by chance. He also obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. There was also the remnant soul of an old turtle in the black pendant. It was the turtle that he now called Brother Turtle. It claimed to be the mount of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara back then, and was looking for a suitable successor for him. Yi Ling did not believe it at first. However, later on, he found that it seemed to be the case. However, this old turtle did not have any other abilities. Other than teaching him some general knowledge, it did not tell him anything else. It was mediocre and did not have any special characteristics. It did not look like the mount of the ancient heavenly lord at all. Hearing this, the old turtle could not help but roll its eyes. You're already in someone else's mansion. Why don't you dare? Aren't you quite bold when you're flirting with those girls? Hearing this, Yi Ling felt that it was right. He had never met the old turtle before. How could he have the intention to harm him? It was most likely that he was being overly suspicious. Thinking of this, Yi Ling became bolder. He had always heard rumors about Princess Yu Mingkong and yearned for her. If he could really meet her today, it would be more than just fate. As for Princess Yu Mingkong, she was the fiancée of the Gu family's young master. He did not care about that. Speaking of which, even Yi Langtian was almost no match for him. Even if it was Gu Chang'e who was as famous as Yi Langtian. So what? Boom! However, in the next moment, the moment Yi Ling approached the mansion, a voice that was like the sound of nature but incomparably cold was heard. Kill him! Oh no! The moment he heard this, Yi Ling's expression immediately changed. He never thought that someone would really want to kill him. Qian. Chapter 102. Rumble. A few figures with terrifying auras appeared in the sky. Their saint-level auras flooded down. What's going on? What happened? There are saint-level existences there, and there are so many of them. All the cultivators in the Blackstone ancient city were alarmed. At this moment, they all looked in that direction in horror. A large number of palaces and buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. A hazy mist appeared, like flowing rays of light. It gushed out and turned into a long dragon. The runes intertwined and drowned Yi Ling. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. We have no enmity. Why are you scheming against me? Yi Ling's expression changed drastically. He was both shocked and furious. He looked at the beautiful woman who slowly walked out of the mansion. Her eyes were deep and cold. She looked down at him as if she was looking at an ant. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Of course, you deserve to die, Yu Mingkong said coldly. She did not intend to talk nonsense with him. After saying that, Yu Mingkong waved her hand. The saint-level experts in the air immediately attacked, ready to kill Yi Ling. In order to deal with Yi Ling, Yu Mingkong had already mobilized the strongest forces she could muster. She had mobilized 4 saint-level experts. It was clear how much she wanted to kill. A lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. She knew that as the successor of Lord Gu, Yi Ling definitely had powerful life-saving means. At the same time, she also attacked. She waved her sleeve. A strong wind blew in front of her. Waves formed by light soared into the sky. A flawless palm like white jade appeared and slapped forward, wanting to kill Yi Ling. This palm carried the terrifying power of an emperor. It was so huge that it was daunting and difficult to resist. At the same time, she took out a crystal, clear jade sword. Torrential sword chi filled it. It was extremely terrifying. It turned into a divine power that was like a galaxy. It had the full power of a saint. The 4 saint-level experts in the air attacked. Yu Mingkong was also attacking. This was a situation where death was certain. If it were any other young supreme martial artist, unless they had the same ability as her, they would definitely die here today. There was no possibility for them to survive. Yu Mingkong didn't think there would be any accidents. After all, this kind of fluctuation was definitely enough to destroy the Blackstone ancient city. However, she was now using it to kill Yi Ling. Smelly brat, hurry up and use that thing now. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. At this moment, the expression of the old tortoise in the pendant around Yi Ling's neck changed drastically. It was frantically urging Yi Ling, but it was suddenly scared stiff. Why would this princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty set up such a trap to kill Yi Ling? Who leaked the news that Yi Ling had the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance? Hearing this, Yi Ling's face turned pale. His expression was full of hatred as he stared coldly at Yu Mingkong. He was no longer in the mood he had when he first arrived. Today, this Yi survived a great calamity. In the future, I'll definitely make you pay back 100-fold. He shouted coldly. Boom! With that said, he showed an extremely pained expression and took out a black jade talisman from his storage ring. With a wung sound, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The will of reincarnation interweaved. As soon as this aura was revealed, it had already surpassed the sage stage and even reached the great sage stage. All the cultivators in the entire ancient city were extremely shocked and almost knelt down under this aura. A great sage stage cultivator was in existence that was about to be conferred the title of supremacy. In some ancient families, it had reached the point where they could be called ancestors. Usually, they would not even see it. What exactly happened there? Why was there such a terrifying wave of energy? At this moment, their hearts were trembling and they were extremely shocked. What? Retreat. The moment she saw this jade talisman, Yu Mingkong's cold expression finally changed a little. She really did not expect Yiling to actually have a great sage stage jade talisman. She had never heard of him using it in her previous life. One had to know that as the crown princess of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, she only had a protective item of this level. Even she could not take out a great sage stage offensive jade talisman. No, in her previous life, those who knew Yiling's trump cards were all killed by him. Thinking of this, her expression darkened. Damn it, this Yiling is indeed someone who could escape from my husband. He can survive just like that. The 4 sages in the air quickly retreated, not daring to take Yiling's jade talisman head-on. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yiling quickly disappeared with his hatred. It will be even more difficult to kill him next time. Yu Mingkong's expression was very ugly, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. She did not expect that, as someone who had been reborn, she would not be able to kill such a small ant in her eyes. Buzz! At this moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a terrifyingly high temperature descend. It was like a terrifying sea of fire transformed from runes, drowning in all of a sudden. The jade talisman that Yiling shot out was instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. The powerful attack of a great sage stage was easily wiped out. A beautiful woman in a long red dress walked out of the void and appeared in front of her. "Who are you?" Yu Mingkong immediately frowned. Her expression was cold and deep, and she felt a subtle aura. Yu Mingkong temporarily put aside the matter of Yiling's escape. She had clearly set up such a flawless trap that most young paragons would definitely die if they encountered such a situation. In the end, Yiling still managed to escape. Regarding this, what else could she say other than exclaiming that Yiling was really lucky? However, the woman in the red dress who had suddenly appeared in front of her was actually a great sage. This gave Yu Mingkong a strange feeling. She had never seen this person in both her past and present life. However, she had suddenly appeared today and helped her block Yiling's jade talisman. This made her feel puzzled. "I am one of the young master's people. Greetings, Princess Mingkong." The person who had appeared was naturally Yanji. Hearing this, she replied softly. After receiving Gu Changa's instructions and leaving the heavenly palace of immortals, she began to inquire about Yu Mingkong's whereabouts in the various ancient cities of immeasurable heaven. In the end, she discovered that she had come here. As soon as she arrived at Blackstone Ancient City, she saw the scene just now. Thus, she stepped in to block the attack for Yu Mingkong. Of course, Yanji also knew that as the crown princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, Yu Mingkong definitely had the means to block this attack. However, since she was young Master Gu's fiancée, it was very likely that she would also be her mistress in the future. Thus she made a move. She also wanted to stop the man in black, but she did not expect him to have so many escape methods. He immediately retracted his aura and fled without a trace. This made Yanji feel very helpless. Young master, which young master? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong looked at Yanji and asked. Her expression was calm and indifferent, but there was a hint of disdain. Her first thought was whether it could be one of her followers. This kind of thing made her very disgusted and annoyed. It was like a piece of sticky candy that she could not shake off. She did not think of Gu Changa. After all, in her previous life, she was the only woman by Gu Changa's side. In the end, even she was ruthlessly killed by Gu Changa. It was impossible for Gu Changa to have other women by his side. Thus, Yu Mingkong immediately eliminated Gu Changa from her mind. Of course, it's young Master Gu Changa. Why would Princess Mingkong say such a thing? Hearing this, Yanji was somewhat puzzled. It was rumored that Yu Mingkong was a shrewd and capable person who controlled life and death for a long time. Why did she look a little silly now? She even asked which young master she was. Wasn't it obvious? Other than young Master Gu, who would pay attention to her whereabouts. Impossible. How could there be a woman by his side other than me? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong immediately shook her head and subconsciously denied it. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. Although her cultivation was not as high as Yen Ji's the moment she said this, Yen Ji could not help but feel a little scared. This was the innate might of an emperor. Hearing this, Yen Ji immediately understood. Then she explained, Yen Ji was brought up by young Master Gu from the lower realm. At that time, I was only a remnant soul. Thanks to young Master Gu's help, I was able to condense a body. She briefly described her encounter with Gu Chang'e. After hearing this, the indifference and suspicion in Yu Mingkong's eyes disappeared. Then they became a little shocked. Did she hear wrongly? A person like Gu Chang'e would actually help other people? Logically speaking, did he not like to devour the remnant souls of such powerhouses? Then why would he help this woman? At this moment, Yu Mingkong's mind was filled with questions. She had already forgotten about Yi Ling's escape. Now, Yen Ji's matter was more important to her than anything else. Why would Gu Chang'e help her? What was his motive? Instinctively, Yu Mingkong's gaze fell on Yen Ji's face and figure. She was indeed very beautiful, and few people could compare to her. Moreover, she was not a human. Could that be the reason? At this moment, Yu Mingkong suddenly felt a little jealous. She felt sour, wronged, and indignant. Whether it was her face or figure, she was not inferior to the woman in front of her. Why was Gu Chang'e not interested in her, but helping this woman condense a body? In her previous life, Gu Chang'e had no other woman beside her. However, Gu Chang'e now had such a powerful and beautiful woman by his side. Yen Ji did not know the various thoughts in Yu Mingkong's mind at this moment. She recalled Gu Chang'e's instructions and said, Princess Mingkong, young master instructed me to tell you that if you don't go and see him, he will personally come to capture you. I understand. When Yu Mingkong heard this, she said coldly. However, she suddenly felt a little discouraged, helpless, and indignant. However, more than that, she felt a sense of helplessness and even despair. She also did not expect to be noticed by Gu Chang'e not long after arriving in Boundless Heaven. A great sage cultivator came to capture her. Could she still escape? As someone who had been reborn, she should have the upper hand at every step. Everything was under control. However, once she encountered something related to Gu Chang'e, there was nothing she could do. She wanted to take revenge for her previous life, but she probably did not have any chance. Moreover, in this life, it was very likely that she would not be able to escape the tragic end of her previous life. Although Gu Chang'e's way of doing things was somewhat different from his previous life, his temperament had not changed at all. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong only felt a boundless expanse in front of her. What was the meaning of her rebirth? Nothing could stop it. Watching the tragedy of her previous life repeat itself with her own eyes. In the end, she was still killed by Gu Chang'e. She clenched her white hands tightly. Thinking of what happened in the longevity Gu family some time ago, she was a little confused. What was Gu Chang'e's purpose? After that, Yu Mingkong also calmed down. After hiding from Gu Chang'e for so many days, this time, no matter what, she could not avoid it. However, looking at Yen Ji in front of her, she felt sour in her heart. Chapter 103. Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Supreme Peak. Gu Chang'e noticed the divine light that shot into the sky from the depths of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. However, he knew very well that this was not the reason behind the appearance of the immortal path. Once the real immortal path appeared, the scene would be incomparably shocking. How could it be covered up by an elder? This was most likely just an omen. Of course, with this, the appearance of the immortal treasure in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was also noticed by the major orthodoxies. It was immediately pushed to the heart of the struggle. No matter how powerful the Grand Elder was, he could not possibly go against so many factions in the upper domain alone. The imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies alone had occupied quite a number of factions, not to mention the primordial immortal tribe and everlasting families who were eyeing them covetously. Who would give up on such a great opportunity? Everyone wanted a piece of the action. Even the everlasting Gu clan was the same. In the end, the Grand Elder would choose to compromise. The depths of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace would soon be open to the major factions. This was good news for Gu Changa. He was still thinking about how to sneak in when the opportunity presented itself. No matter how much the Grand Elder disliked him and wanted to make things difficult for him, it would not be of much use. On the contrary, he would probably have to beg him when the time came. When Dao Heaven Immortal Palace encounters disciples from other orthodoxies, I'll have to hold the fort. At this thought, Gu Changa's smile turned a little playful. Among all the disciples in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, there was probably no one who would dare to go against him. The other 4 of the 5 true disciples, who were also the 4 strongest true disciples, were the same. As for the other true disciples, although they had many tricks up their sleeves, they were not worth mentioning compared to the 5 true disciples. Unless they were like Yin Mei, the heavenly lady of the 9-tailed fox lineage, who was extremely mysterious and had many tricks up her sleeve. However, no one knew that even she was one of Gu Changa's people. Jin Zhou is in seclusion. Tianyang and Zhong Tianyuan are also in seclusion after that day. Come to think of it, I can do whatever I want in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. The only thing I haven't done is to infiltrate the elders with my people. Gu Changa thought as he left the palace. After that, a group of followers, including Yin Mei, followed Gu Changa out of the mountain gate. There were many true disciples, including Yin Mei. During this time, Gu Xian'er was arranged by the Great Elder to stay at the peak of the mountain. Before she broke through to the Marquis realm, she was not allowed to come out. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't go and get snubbed. The Great Elder wouldn't let him pass so casually. He might even slap him out. When the time came, Gu Xian'er would not be able to figure it out and would definitely come looking for him. Everything should be done in moderation. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Now that the ancient city of Dao Deity was bustling with activity, people from various orthodoxies were here, and it was a good opportunity for him to meet his old acquaintances. At the same time, he also wanted to know who the son of destiny that the system had suddenly mentioned was. It was a good opportunity for him to scout for information. Since it was within the range of the system's notification, it shouldn't be too far away from him. When Gu Changa left for the ancient city of Dao Deity, many disciples in the mountain gate were alarmed and watched him leave with a group of followers. They couldn't help but be fascinated and impressed. After offending the Great Elder, he could still do whatever he wanted in the sect, and even the elders couldn't do anything to him. Only Gu Changa could do something like this. In an instant, the news of Gu Jinchuan leaving the palace of Dao Deity was spread by many people. Many people were paying attention to his every move. Chaotian Tower. This was a magnificent pavilion in the ancient city of Dao Deity. It belonged to the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, backed by many imperishable sects and had a deep foundation. Usually, they only received important figures and some geniuses. This place was like a pure land of glass with orchids and orchids everywhere. Fragrances assailed the nostrils, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts roamed about. Spiritual mountains were shrouded in mist, and essence qi surrounded the mountains. It was a cultivation treasure land. The palace was majestic and grand. It sat on top of a spiritual root, taking in and sending out multicolored splendor. Dense mists rose, as if it was a divine court. Right now, many young elites were gathered here, all of them from great powers. Some brought their followers, walking like dragons and tigers, high-spirited, divine light surrounding their bodies. Some had outstanding horns, arrogant expressions, essence energy swirling around their bodies, blood surging. Some had pretty faces, beautiful and moving, like fairies, carrying extraordinary auras. The appearance of the palace of Dao Deity's immortal treasure shocked many powers. However, due to the issue of face, they couldn't make the great figures personally come, so they sent the elites of their clans and sections. Everyone here was a genius with a bit of fame in the outside world. There were even a few young supreme beings who appeared, quickly heading into the palace, triggering a huge commotion. The palace of Tao deity could be said to have attracted too many cultivators. Within the ancient city of Tao deity alone, streaks of divine rainbows could be seen, as well as many giant ships that exceeded 10,000 zhang in length, covering the sky and earth, rushing over from all different places. Behind Chaotian Tower was the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. Not only was their ancient city of Tao deities largest auction house here, there were also the largest merchant houses. Many spiritual pills, precious medicines, ancient texts, divine abilities, divine weapon materials, all of them could be purchased here. Apart from this, there was also the renowned 10,000 Tao banquet. During this banquet, heavenly geniuses from all sides would gather, able to compete for the best. Each 10,000 Tao banquet would have good things, either powerful divine abilities, precious techniques, or some mysterious heavenly arts and other things. For the young heavenly geniuses, there was simply no need to explain how enticing this was. Apart from this was also a great chance to make one's name known, shake up the world. Many young heavenly geniuses were discussing among themselves, their eyes full of divine light. The palace of Tao deity's immortal treasure has appeared. This time the sect sent us here because they have confidence in letting us in. A young creature with a pair of silver wings on his back said, "Otherwise, if one isn't a disciple of the palace of Tao deity, normal people wouldn't be able to enter." The person on the side nodded. "I say, you all are thinking about things too simply. The depths of the palace of Tao deity is rumored to be an immortal ancient continent. How many opportunities are hidden inside? If it were me, I would definitely want to monopolize it. Why would I give it away? You have to know that normally only the palace of Tao deity's elders and inheritors have the qualifications to enter. Even true disciples don't have the qualifications." At this time, hearing this, a young man on the side added, somewhat disdainful. His entire body was surrounded by faint purple flames, his face pitch black, as if he came from a land of darkness. Many people recognized him. Their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. This was a heavenly genius from underworld Earth, controlling a natural underworld flame, who knew how many enemies had been burned to death by him. There were even rumors that he wasn't weaker than some young supreme beings. However, his words also received many people's approval. The palace of Tao deity status was special. Many of the higher-ups of many forces had previously walked out from there, leaving behind old friendships. They were too embarrassed to ask, so they sent a few youngsters over. Speaking of which, this could also be considered a trial for them. Speaking of the palace of Tao deity, we have to talk about the Gu family's young master now. With him here, it would be impossible for the rest of the younger generation to seize opportunities from the palace of Tao deity. A young man with long blue hair shook his head, his face covered in scales, divine light faintly discernible. He was from the archaic ocean race. His words instantly caused many people to fall silent. Evidently, during this period of time, they had all heard the news. Gu Chang'e, a young supreme being in the middle stage of the emperor realm. He could easily crush the great Chu dynasty's prince Chu Wuji, who was also a supreme being. His strength was unfathomable. To those of the same generation, this was a great deterrent and pressure. It could even be said that he was currently an insurmountable mountain. However, I heard that the Gu family's young master doesn't get along with the palace of Tao deity's great elder. A few days ago, he even angered the great elder, causing the situation to change. Someone's eyes suddenly flashed, and he said with a strange smile, "I don't think the Gu family's young master will stand on the side of the palace of Tao deity." At this time, a commotion suddenly came from outside the palace of Tao deity. Everyone subconsciously looked over, and they couldn't help but be dazed. A beautiful young woman in purple stepped through the void and arrived. With every step she took, Lotuses of the great Tao appeared in the void, blooming one by one. Divine light enveloped her body, her sleeves fluttering, and her fair face was expressionless. Her eyes were like gemstones, indescribably beautiful, and could be said to be peerless. Who is this? For a moment it caused a huge commotion. Many young people were shocked, and their gazes were strange. They didn't recognize this girl in purple. It's him, the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, Yi Langtian. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, looking at the handsome young man behind the girl in purple. He was half a step behind, wearing a golden divine robe that seemed to be enveloped in golden divine light. Even his hair was resplendent and translucent, and there were true dragons, vermilion birds, black tortoises, and other phenomena floating around him. The one known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, Yi Langtian. Hiss! He actually came too. I really didn't expect it. Even he came out and came to the immeasurable heaven. It seems that the immemorial Yi clan also wants to interfere in this matter. The reincarnation of the ancient emperor, Yi Langtian, has begun to walk the world. The golden age has begun. In the imperial palace, many cultivators couldn't help but be shocked and looked at the young man enveloped in divine light with reverence. After all, this was a young supreme being who was said to be on par with Gu Changa, who had true immortal aptitude. He was unbelievably powerful. Very few people had seen him fight. He didn't have many battle achievements, but every time he was brilliant. Even like Gu Changa, he had defeated a young supreme martial artist with a higher cultivation base than him as the weaker one. Yi Langtian rarely showed himself, but now he actually appeared in Dao Heaven Ancient City. Many people immediately thought of the recent events. Greetings, young Lord Yi. Immediately, many people cupped their hands and bowed to Yi Langtian to show their respect. Yi Langtian also nodded slightly, his attitude not overbearing and arrogant. Brother, do you think Gu Changa will come here? The girl in purple next to Yi Langtian was naturally Yi Liuli. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she didn't see Gu Changa here. Hearing this, Yi Langtian smiled and said, as the host of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, how could Brother Gu not come? Then he introduced Yi Liuli's identity to the prodigies present. Very few people knew that Yi Liuli was actually his sister, who had been fostered in the lower realm and had only recently returned to the Yi clan. Hearing this explanation, many people were tempted. The Yi clan's little princess, not to mention other things, just her beauty was enough to make them drool. Moreover, if he could become a good son-in-law of the Yi clan, that would be a wonderful thing. Everyone had different thoughts and started to chat here. At this time, a voice came from outside the imperial palace again. However, it was accompanied by a mocking laugh. Yi Langtian, a few days ago, I heard that you suffered a great loss at the hands of a branch family disciple, and in the end, you could only fight to a draw with him. Is this news true or false? A tall and sturdy man with obvious white patterns on his forehead and a beast skin draped over his body walked in. There was a terrifying, murderous aura on his body, and his vitality was extremely vigorous. He was simply like a huge furnace walking in the human world. The young master of the White Tiger clan by Lai. Why is he here too? Hiss! Another young supreme, venerable, has come. Seeing this person, many people were shocked again and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Today, so many young supreme venerables appeared one after another. The White Tiger clan was a bloodline of the ancient royal family. The White Tiger clan's innate divine ability was the ultimate power of heptametal, which could destroy all things and contain terrifying, offensive power. There were even rumors that the destructive power of the White Tiger clan's heptametal power could be ranked in the top 3 in the upper realm. Bai Lai was the most powerful prodigy of the White Tiger clan in the past 10,000 years and had signs of atavism. Compared to the other young supreme venerables, his foundation was clearly stronger. Hearing Bai Lai's words, there was a commotion in the imperial palace. This news shocked everyone. Yi Langtian was a young supreme venerable on par with Gu Chang'e, known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. He actually suffered a great loss at the hands of a branch family member and fought to a draw. The news contained in this matter was too shocking. Many young supreme venerables appeared and walked out of the palace, their eyes filled with shock. When Yi Langtian heard this, he was silent. There was a flash of gloominess in his eyes, and he said, "I didn't expect this matter to spread so quickly. However, that guy's methods are indeed strange. I suppressed my cultivation and restrained my hands and feet. Otherwise, how could I let him be so rampant?" This sentence clearly admitted the truth of this matter, and it instantly set off a huge wave here. For a moment, the imperial palace fell silent. Only Bai Lai laughed mockingly and said, "Of course I know about this. After all, Brother Yiling and I have a good relationship. Of course, I'm not so bored to come here and deliberately poke at your scar." Yi Longtian's expression was slightly gloomy. "Then what are you here for?" "Of course I'm here to see my fiancé," Bai Lai said with a grin, clearly extremely proud. At this point, many people suddenly understood and could not help but feel a little envious. It was said that a true disciple of the heavenly palace of immortals, the Nine Lives Fairy Yin had a marriage agreement with Bai Lai some time ago. The fairy of the nine-tailed fox clan was extremely beautiful and had been cultivating in the heavenly palace of immortals. At this time, a voice came from outside the imperial palace of immortals. "The young master of the Gu clan has arrived." Chapter 104. Following this announcement, the imperial celestial tower fell silent for a moment. Then a commotion broke out. All the young prodigies couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Chang'e actually came. As the host of the Tao Heavenly Palace, how could Brother Gu not come? Yi Langtian stood up. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared. Instead, he smiled and walked out of the palace to welcome Gu Chang'e. "Gu Chang'e is here?" Yi Liuli's beautiful eyes flashed with joy, and she followed him. Due to the influence of the devil bottle, many things in the lower realm were a little blurry. She only remembered that Gu Chang'e bullied her and made her call him master. However, she didn't hate him at all. On the contrary, she really wanted to see him. The other young prodigies, including a few young supreme beings with profound auras, all stood up and prepared to welcome Gu Chang'e. It had to be said that apart from Gu Chang'e, there weren't many people in the inner realm who could intimidate them. "Young Master Gu? Gu Chang'e?" The White Tiger Tribe's young master, Bai Lai, frowned. He naturally knew of Gu Chang'e's name. He had interacted with him many times in the past, but he didn't benefit from it. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come to the myriad Tao banquet. Many young supreme beings wouldn't bother to attend such a banquet supported by the myriad Tao Business Alliance. However, on second thought, the Tao Heavenly Palace was Gu Chang'e's territory. There was nothing wrong with him coming here. Just as he was thinking, Bai Lai looked over and his brows subconsciously furrowed even deeper. A young man walked over from the entrance of the palace. His figure was tall and slender, and his white robe was pure. It seemed to be flowing with endless radiance. He appeared to be transcendent and elegant. One look and one could tell that he was extraordinary. His talent as a perfected immortal wasn't just empty words. Gu Chang'e was followed by a large group of disciples from the Tao Heavenly Palace. Bai Lai's fiancée, the Nine Lives Fairy Yin was among them. However, when he saw Yin and Gu Chang'e walking together, even though they were not walking side by side and were half a step behind, Bai Lai's expression still turned ugly. Yin was wearing a red dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade. She had a kind of charming beauty. She had a pair of curved eyebrows, eyes that were like rubies that were suffused with a lustrous light, a fine nose, red lips, sparkling teeth, and a head of beautiful hair that was as smooth as silk. No matter who saw it at this moment, they would feel that Yin and the white-clothed man were extremely compatible, as if they were a pair of immortals. He was very unhappy in his heart. If it were any other man, They would be very unhappy at this moment. His fiancée was walking with another man like this. What was this? Many of the young supreme beings had ambiguous expressions on their faces. They glanced at Bai Lai, who had a bad expression on his face, and smiled strangely. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like there was a little green on the top of his head. This Bai Lai had a smug look on his face just now, saying that he wanted to see his fiancée. His fiancée probably did not want to see him. Brother Gu, you're here. As I said, as the host, there's no reason for you not to come. Yi Langtian stepped forward with a cheerful expression and greeted Gu Chang'e. Those who did not know would think that he was very close to Gu Chang'e. However, in reality, the two of them were meeting for the first time. Yi Langtian had heard a lot of news about Gu Chang'e from his sister, Yi Liuli. In particular, Gu Chang'e did not blame his sister for her rude behavior in the lower realm, which made him have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. Moreover, in the eyes of many forces in the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was known as a true immortal, and he was known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them should know each other. Gu Chang'e, long time no see. Yi Liuli greeted Gu Chang'e as well. Her expression was a little evasive, as if she was shy. Many of the young supreme beings saw this and felt a chill in their hearts. They were still thinking of hitting on Yi Liuli. Now, it seemed like he already had someone in his heart. Gu Chang'e glanced at the crowd and smiled faintly. Brother Yi, you're too kind. Miss Liuli, long time no see. He had never seen Yi Langtian before, but it was not difficult to guess his identity. Gu Chang'e did not care about the so-called reincarnation of the ancient emperor. In his eyes, even if the ancient emperor was alive, as long as he offended him, he could make him lose a layer of skin. However, Yi Langtian's attitude was not bad, so he reluctantly greeted him. After that, the rest of the supreme beings began to introduce themselves one by one, showing off in front of Gu Chang'e. Even the few young supreme beings were cautious. They greeted Gu Chang'e, not wanting to offend him easily. Gu Chang'e was not here for the all-Dao banquet. He was not interested in it at all. The Dao Palace of Immortals had attracted many forces, and many of the younger generation were here. The Dao Palace of Immortals was at the foot of the Dao Palace of Immortals, so many young people would come here first. Therefore, he was here to try his luck. A new son of fate had appeared, which meant that he could harvest new leeks. Most importantly, this son of destiny was still very close to him. Along the way, he heard the system mention a random fate mission. Destroy the son of fate's connection. Completion reward: 1,000 fate points, 5,000 fate points. This reward was very rich. The fate missions in the lower realm could not compare to it at all. Gu Chang'e was more or less clear about the level of the son of fate this time. Just a related mission alone had such a reward. That was interesting. Speaking of which, the sons of fate in the lower realm were at most toys. Calling them tools was a bit of an overstatement. Only this new child of destiny from the upper realm could be considered a qualified tool. However, the system mentioned that the connection was in the Dao Palace of Immortals, so it must be related to some young supreme beings. Naturally, Gu Chang'e was familiar with this. When she was in the lower realm, she conveniently destroyed a place called the Holy Land. Yes, the Jalo sacred ground. That time, he happened to encounter a similar mission. Brother Gu's unfathomable strength is indeed well-deserved. You don't show it at all. At this time, Yi Langtian sighed. After seeing Gu Chang'e, he realized that the rumors were true. Mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm. Even if he used all his trump cards, he probably would not be Gu Chang'e's match. His chances of winning were slim. Brother Yi, why are you so humble? At least with your strength, in my opinion, there are not many people here who are your match. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Although this offended the other young supreme beings, he did not care. Speaking of which, Yi Langtian was the young master of the Yi clan and Yi Liuli's older brother. Gu Chang'e wanted to subdue him. Hearing this, Yi Langtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Brother Gu's words make me feel a bit helpless. There are millions of supreme beings in the world. Who can say that they are invincible? Hearing this, Gu Changa's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Could it be that Brother Yi has suffered some kind of shock that you would say such words?" As a young supreme being and the successor of the immemorial Yi clan, these words came out of Yi Longtian's mouth. This was a bit thought-provoking. Gu Changa felt that he seemed to have found out something. A new son of destiny? Yi Liuli looked a little angry and explained, "Recently, my brother's state of mind was indeed affected by a branch family member who played tricks. Speaking of which, that person called Yi Ling is really too much. Oh, I'd like to hear more." Hearing this, Gu Changa's interest was piqued. The conflict between a branch family member and the young master came from the Yi clan of the immemorial immortal race. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed to be a trick. Yi Langtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he told Gu Changa about this matter. At this moment, he was also very gloomy and depressed. Accidentally injuring his father, seeking justice for his father, a branch family member, strange methods. Again, it's that Yi guy. After hearing this, Gu Changa almost understood the whole story. There were so many tricks in the world, but they were all the old tricks that he was most familiar with. When he thought of this, Gu Changa felt that he had to be careful if he met anyone with the surname Yi in the future. As the number one surname in the fantasy world, it was spread across thousands of realms. Who knew how many sons of destiny were among them? In his early years, Yi Langtian had accidentally injured a patriarch of a branch family during the annual competition, causing that branch to rapidly decline. Then he gave a lot of compensation, and that branch accepted it all. However, a few years later, the son of that branch family leader appeared. Under the banner of seeking justice for his father, he won first place in the family competition and took the opportunity to challenge Yi Langtian. As the young master, Yi Langtian had to consider the feelings of the branch family members. In addition, he was indeed at fault for what had happened back then. He suppressed his cultivation level and fought with that man, who knew that the man was very sinister. He had been pretending to be weak, to eat the tiger. He was very strong himself, but he liked to pretend to be weak and play tricks. Fortunately, Yi Langtian was also very strong himself. Under the premise of suppressing his cultivation level, he was able to fight to a draw in that battle. However, that battle also made the man called Yi Ling famous. He attracted the attention of many old monsters and elders in the Yi clan. They felt that his talent was above Yi Langtian, and they wanted to nurture him. This maneuver is quite interesting. After Gu Changa heard this, he knew that the new son of destiny was most likely that man called Yi Ling. He pretended to be weak to eat the tiger, turn the tables, and used a big banner to seek benefits for himself. This was a living example of a son of destiny. He could not run away from it. From Yi Longtian's point of view, this Yi Ling was indeed very sinister. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. If he wanted to seek justice, why did he have to accept the compensation back then? Of course, Gu Changa felt that this was normal. Wasn't it stupid not to take benefits for free? To use a banner to seek benefits for himself. This was normal for a son of destiny. Furthermore, in his opinion, the character of the child of destiny this time was not that great and righteous. Logically speaking, I've never seen this son of destiny called Yi Ling. How did I offend him? Or is it because he was born to be my enemy? Gu Changa pondered for a moment. Of course, it did not mean that he did not offend him now. It did not mean that he would not offend him in the future. He would reap the son of destiny sooner or later. Who cared if he offended him or not? There was no reason to leave a leek unharvested. He was just a little puzzled. "Yin Mei." At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded, causing Gu Changa to come back to his senses. He looked over. His eyes were suddenly filled with interest. The person who spoke was naturally the young master of the White Tiger clan by Lai. He was tall and sturdy. There were obvious white patterns on his forehead, and he was wearing an unknown animal skin. He sat there, and there was a terrifying, murderous aura around him. His chi and blood were extremely vigorous. He was like a huge furnace, standing upright. The young prodigies nearby were quite a distance away from him. It was obvious that they were afraid of him. The White Tiger clan was part of the ancient royal family. They had the Genjin talent and were known to be one of the top 3 offensive techniques in the upper realm. Among the younger generation, there were few who dared to provoke them. They were very powerful. Gu Changa, on the other hand, was very interested in this Genjin talent. Moreover, Bai Lai was not like the other young prodigies who were in awe of him. It was obvious that he was not on good terms with him. Since they were not on good terms, and he learned from Yi Langtian that Bai Lai and Yi Ling were brothers. The key to this random system mission was obviously in Bai Lai's hands. Junior sister Yin Mei, since brother Bai Lai is calling you, why don't you answer him? At this moment, Gu Changa smiled gently and said to Yin Mei, who was beside him. Conveniently, he pulled out a fluffy and soft foxtail and gently stroked it as if he was stroking a cat in his previous life. This scene made Bai Lai's face turn green. He looked like he was about to explode. The other young prodigies also looked like their eyeballs were about to pop out. Ambition. Chapter 105. What did the 9-tailed celestial fox's tail mean to their clan? It meant a reverse scale. Many prodigies knew about it. It was equivalent to the 9-tailed celestial fox's life gate. Who dared to touch it? Wouldn't they cut them into 1,000 pieces and scatter their ashes? Gu Changa's open action shocked them. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yin Mei, as Yin Mei's fiancé, Bai Lai's face turned green. His body trembled, and his teeth were about to shatter. These words were squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. His marriage agreement with Yin Mei was just set a few years ago. At that time, Yin Mei was still cultivating in the Dao Heaven Palace, and he was also in the clan. The two of them had never met before. However, the marriage agreement was agreed upon by the elders of both parties. Yin Mei herself did not object. As the most powerful prodigy of the White Tiger clan in the past 10,000 years, his strength surpassed his peers. Yin Mei could not possibly refuse. Moreover, Yin Mei was the heavenly lady of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan. She was also a peerless beauty. As a young man, Bai Lai naturally yearned for such a fiancé. He was very happy to have such a fiancé. Among the prodigies of the ancient royal family, he had won the heart of a beauty. This kind of thing made him proud. Recently, the immortal treasure of the Dao Heaven Palace had appeared. So he came over on the way and just happened to see this fiancée of his. However, he did see her. However, Yin Mei ignored him and did not come to greet him. Instead, she sat with Gu Changa. This made Bai Lai's face turn green, especially in front of everyone. He felt that the top of his head was green. The scene just now simply made him erupt in anger. He almost could not hold it in. Yin Mei's body trembled, although she was extremely obedient to Gu Changa in her heart. However, when she thought of what Gu Changa said before, she could not expose their relationship in front of outsiders. She reacted quickly, and her expression turned cold. She took the foxtail back from Gu Changa and said, "Senior brother Gu, please respect yourself." Gu Changa had a calm expression on his face. His eyes gradually darkened, as if they were gradually accumulating dark clouds. No one could guess what he was thinking. 570, however, he was praising her in his heart. As expected of the heavenly daughter of 9 lives, merely her reaction speed was far from what ordinary people could compare to. A smart woman was naturally likable. "Oh, junior sister Yin Mei, aren't you going to greet your fiancé?" Gu Changa asked calmly. No one could tell if he was happy or angry, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. This expression caused the atmosphere here to gradually become stifling. Many young heaven's favorites hurriedly shut their mouths. They became nervous and carefully dealt with the situation. Although Gu Changa now looked gentle, according to the rumors, he was definitely a ruthless and cold person. Especially with his terrifying power, No one was willing to easily offend Gu Chang'e in the territory of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals. Even the few young supremes, including Yi Langtian, stopped talking at this moment and looked over. When Yin Mei heard this, her beautiful face turned slightly pale. She was a little frightened, as if she was very afraid of Gu Chang'e. Then, a few seats away, he glanced at Bai Lai and gave him a guilty look. Then, she didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly lowered her head. Her appearance immediately made the hearts of many young Heaven's favorites tremble. There were rumors that Gu Chang'e could control the Tao of Heavenly Immortals with one hand, and that even the elders didn't dare to offend him. Now, it seemed that this rumor was definitely true, especially when even the heavenly daughter of the nine-tailed celestial fox was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Damn it! This scene also made Bai Lai's expression soften. He felt relieved. As long as Yin Mei didn't do it willingly, it was fine. Looking at her expression, it should be that she was forced by Gu Chang'e. It wasn't what he thought. However, when he thought of this, Bai Lai's expression towards Gu Chang'e became even worse. He stared at him coldly and was very angry. Gu Chang'e, you've gone too far. Take your hand away. What did you do to Yin Mei? Bai Lai shouted coldly. His terrifying qi and blood were as vast as Wang Yang's, surging there, causing many young Heaven's favorites to feel a sense of oppression. This Bai Lai was indeed terrifying, as expected of a young supremacy of the immemorial royal family. When he was angry, a terrifying white tiger shadow appeared behind him. The one character on his forehead contained a supreme power that looked down on all directions. Gu Chang'e was still drinking his wine. He casually glanced at him and said, "Brother Bai Lai, why do you say that? Junior Yin Mei is a disciple of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals. As her senior brother, I care a lot for her. Is there a problem?" This indifferent attitude made the veins on Bai Lai's forehead pop out. "Are you using Yin Mei to threaten me? Gu Chang'e, although you're strong, don't think that I'm easy to bully." He couldn't help but shout angrily. Buzz! The void trembled. Streaks of dark golden runes appeared and circulated around him, as if they could tear everything apart. This was the terror of the power of metal. It made many young Heaven's favorites' expressions change drastically, and they retreated a lot. If a battle were to break out here later, the power created would definitely be terrifying. There was no need to say more about Gu Chang'e's strength. He was unbelievably strong. However, Bai Lai's methods were also extraordinary. If they were to be affected later, this place would be destroyed. "Brother Gu seems to want to attack Bai Lai." Yu Langtian glanced at Gu Chang'e and shook his head with a smile. He didn't have a good impression of Bai Lai. At this time, he naturally wanted to see him embarrassed. "This guy is the same as Yiling. He's so annoying," Yu Lili added. Hearing this, Bai Lai's expression turned even uglier. A dark golden light started to appear in his hand. Runes flickered and a peerless sharpness appeared. It was like a waterfall, extremely powerful. "No one in the younger generation has dared to attack me. Do you want to die?" At this time, Gu Chang'e finally put down the wine cup in his hand. He looked at Bai Lai with a natural expression and asked calmly. His voice was casual and didn't contain any pressure. However, everyone's expression changed and sweat appeared on their foreheads. "Do you want to die?" Bai Lai's veins popped out as he clenched his fists. He naturally felt a terrifying power. As a young supreme, he was naturally not afraid of Gu Chang'e. Moreover, very few people knew that he had broken through to the Emperor realm. Compared to the great Chu dynasty's Prince Chu Wuji, he was much stronger. However, facing Gu Chang'e, he really didn't have the confidence to win. If he lost today, his face would be ruined. From now on, it would be difficult for him to raise his head in front of Gu Chang'e. As for Yin Mei, she might be disappointed in him because of this. If he didn't fight, he would be known as someone who ran away without fighting. No matter what he did, it was extremely difficult for him. He couldn't make a choice. "Senior brother Gu, please don't make things difficult for Bai Lai." He has offended you in many ways. Senior brother Go, please don't blame him for Ian May's sake. At this time, Ian May, who kept her head down and didn't speak, suddenly spoke. Her red dress fluttered and turned into an afterimage. Her expression was filled with struggle and determination as she blocked in front of Gu Changa. At the same time, a huge nine-tailed fox phantom appeared out of thin air. It covered the sky and the sun, covering the void in front of them. Its terrifying aura was vast and mighty. This nine-tailed fox phantom was above the void. 9 divine tails swayed unsteadily, like flowers on the other side of the pond. Ian May was very decisive. She blocked in front of Gu Changa, afraid that he would suddenly attack Bai Lai. What? This scene instantly shocked everyone. This 9 Lives fairy is very important. The underworld Skype rides shook their heads, slightly, a little disappointed. They felt that they wouldn't be able to see this battle. Even Gu Changa's remaining followers, Yi Langtian, and the others were shocked. Ian May, Bai Lai was also a little stunned. Then a warm current flashed in his heart. He was very touched. At the crucial moment, Ian May actually blocked in front of him. She knew that he was in a dilemma and helped him solve the problem. He actually suspected Ian May just now. This made him feel a little guilty. However, Bai Lai quickly reacted. He couldn't let a woman block in front of him. If word got out, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Gu Changa? However, just as he was about to speak, Gu Changa frowned. Then he looked deeply at Ian May and said, "Since junior sister Ian May asked for this, then I won't pursue this matter for your sake." "If there's a next time," Ian May looked relieved. She hurriedly said, "Senior brother Gu, don't worry. There won't be a next time." At this moment, everyone saw it. Ian May was very afraid of Gu Changa. However, it made sense. After all, Gu Changa ruled the Tao Heaven of Immortals. Unless one didn't want to stay in the Tao Heaven of Immortals, who would dare to offend him? Ian May stood up at the crucial moment and blocked for her fiancé. This made many people look up to her. She dared to go against Gu Changa, as expected of the 9 Lives fairy. Seeing this, Bai Lai's expression was still one of defiance. She made it sound like he was very afraid of Gu Changa. Did he need his fiancée to plead for him? Ian May seemed to be very afraid that he would anger Gu Changa again. She hurriedly gave him an apologetic look. Looking at Ian May's expression, Bai Lai finally controlled himself. He didn't want her efforts to go to waste. However, he secretly swore in his heart, "Gu Changa, when I break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, I'll definitely trample you under my feet." Then he sat down with an ugly expression. His expression was cold, and he didn't say a word. Ian May looked at him and sighed. However, she didn't move to explain anything. It was as if she had her own difficulties. Bai Lai nodded at her silently. He seemed to understand. This scene made many young geniuses sigh in their hearts. Now that the Tao Heaven of Immortals dared to offend Gu Changa, there were only 2 paths they could take. They could either die or be expelled from the sect. After such a small incident, many geniuses at the banquet seemed to be restrained. They weren't as casual as before. In the territory of the Tao Heaven of Immortals, Gu Changa was the local tyrant. They had an extraordinary background and didn't dare to offend him at all. Even someone as strong as the young master of the White Tiger clan, Bai Lai, could only admit defeat. This was the best proof. Gu Changa had a calm expression. He chatted casually with Yi, Langtian, and the others. It was as if he didn't care about what happened just now. Then the myriad Tao banquet began. In the center of the Skyward Palace, a large area was specially cleared out. Essence energy surrounded the area. An immortal fog lingered. The ancient fence was very tall, and it looked very grand and simple. A group of young geniuses started competing for the prize. However, because it was a one-sided banquet organized by the Myriad Tao Business Alliance, the prizes weren't very useful to the young supremes. Hence, they all sat down and didn't stand up. Bai Lai sat there alone and drank unhappily. He glanced at Yin Mei from afar from time to time. His hatred for Gu Changa deepened. This kind of thing could be considered as jealousy between peers. It was a competition between peers. Even if he called the elders behind him, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Gu Changa. Moreover, if he could call for help, as the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Changa's status was only higher than his. How could he not call for help? In that case, he would just embarrass himself for no reason. During the banquet, Gu Changa found out about the new son of Destiny. He was very satisfied. As for a fool like Bai Lai, he probably wouldn't even know how he killed him in the end. Now he could use his relationship with Yi Ling to find out Yi Ling's exact location. Chapter 106. In the Imperial Palace, Bai Lai did not fight with Gu Changa in the end. This made many young geniuses disappointed. They wanted to see for themselves how scary Gu Changa was now. Bai Lai's avoidance of the battle was reasonable. If not for his fiancée Yin Mei's persuasion, he might have fought. But that was something that could not be helped. After all, they were both supreme martial artists. The slight difference in cultivation would be magnified infinitely. Bai Lai had not broken through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. He probably would not choose to fight with Gu Changa. In the younger generation, who would not be afraid of Gu Changa. Of course, Bai Lai's strength was undeniable. Needless to say, just the power of metal was enough to make many people afraid. Finally, when the banquet was about to end, Bai Lai looked coldly at Gu Changa. He stood up and left the palace without saying a word. He looked like he had a lot of time to settle old and new grudges. Gu Changa drank the wine leisurely and didn't even look at him. Senior brother Gu, Yin Mei will leave first. At this time, Yin Mei suddenly stood up and apologized to Gu Changa. Then, without waiting for Gu Changa's permission, she quickly chased after Bai Lai. Her red dress flashed and disappeared from the entrance of the palace. This scene shocked many people in the palace. They were afraid that Gu Changa would be angry. However, as Bai Lai's fiancée, Yin Mei must have wanted to explain why she chased after Bai Lai. This was within reason. Brother Gu, behind Bai Lai, is the immemorial royal family. It is said that the previous Tiger Emperor had already touched the threshold of that realm. At this time, Yulangtan said. He was worried that Gu Changa would be angry and wanted to persuade him. After all, the White Tiger clan had a strong foundation. There was no need to fall out over such a small matter. Brother Yi worries too much. This is junior sister Yin Mei's private matter. How could I interfere? Gu Changa only smiled as if he didn't care. He didn't seem to be angry at Yin Mei's departure. This made many people unable to figure out what he was thinking. He could only sigh in his heart. A person who couldn't show his emotions on his face was really too scary. However, from today onwards, Nine Lives Fairy Yin Mei would have a hard time in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Then, everyone began to discuss the birth of the immortal treasure of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. They asked for guidance from Gu Changa, hoping that he could help them when the time came. After Bai Lai left, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Many sky prides naturally didn't care. In the beginning, in front of Gu Changa, he said that Bai Lai didn't know the difference between life and death, that he was an idiot, and so on. Naturally, he scolded him as much as he could. Hearing this, Gu Changa's smile was a little thought-provoking. Yi Lioli, who had been watching him, couldn't help but shiver. On the other side, after Bai Lai angrily left the Imperial Sky Tower, he still couldn't calm down. At this time, he wanted nothing more than to find his good brother, Yi Ling, to drink and chat. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to calm his anger and killing intent. Gu Changa's actions today had humiliated him. He wanted nothing more than to break through his cultivation level as soon as possible so that he could trample on Gu Changa and kill him. However, Bai Lai also knew it was fine to just think about it. With his current ability, not to mention killing Gu Changa, he might not even be able to defeat him. In the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's territory, Gu Changa is the local tyrant. Everyone has to listen to his whims. He's too despicable. Even Yin Mei is the same. However, as a disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, she has her difficulties. I can understand. Thinking of this, Bai Lai calmed down. After all, Yin Mei had no choice but to be oppressed by Gu Chang'e. He planned to stay in the Tao Heavenly Ancient City for this period of time. After all, the opportunities in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were still waiting for them. At this time he naturally could not leave. At this time, Bai Lai suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and was stunned. On the crowded street, a figure in a red dress walked over. 9 fluffy, snow-white, shining foxtails were held in her arms. Her temperament was demonic and charming. At this moment, there was an apologetic look on her face. It was the 9 Lives fairy Yin Mei. Seeing his fiancée chasing after him in the Imperial Sky Tower, Bai Lai was delighted and even a little moved. After all, doing so would offend Gu Chang'e to no end. How was she going to survive in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace in the future? Yin Mei, Bai Lai was a little excited and could not help but want to hold the hand of the beauty in front of him. Speaking of which, this could be considered their first official meeting. The time in the Imperial Sky Tower did not count. The two of them had not even spoken a word. But Bai Lai was very moved. After all, this peerless beauty was his fiancée, and her actions in the Imperial Sky Tower just now, daring to resist Gu Chang'e's oppression, made him feel that Yin Mei was not the kind of person he thought her to be. Yin Mei stood 10 feet away from him and quietly retreated, not letting Bai Lai touch her. "I'm sorry about today's matter." Yin Mei did not think it through. "I did not expect Senior Brother Gu to suddenly do this," she said apologetically. Seeing that Yin Mei did not let him touch her, Bai Lai was a little embarrassed. But on second thought, this was the first time they had met. It was really rude to be so abrupt. Hearing this, he hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's fine. I can understand your difficulties. After all, you're cultivating in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, and Gu Chang'e is in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. It's said that even the elders do not dare to provoke him. I'm already very moved that you stood up for me just now." He was speaking the truth. Especially now that Yin Mei had chased after him, it was even more clear. Hearing this, Yin Mei seemed to be a little moved. She nodded and said, "I was afraid that you would misunderstand. Now I'm relieved. Recently, the immortal treasure has appeared in the depths of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, so I can't leave here. Once the matter of the immortal treasure is settled, I will leave the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and return to the clan. At that time, Senior Brother Gu will not be able to force me anymore. Yes, I know. The matter of the immortal treasure is very important. Everything else can be put aside for now. Once I break through to the mid-stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, I will definitely take revenge for the humiliation Gu Chang'e gave me today, and make him regret his actions of bullying and oppressing you." Bai Lai nodded when he heard this and said with a confident look on his face. After all, he was in front of his fiancée, so saying these words made him feel even more proud and even more confident. Moreover, don't all women like men to be confident? Bai Lai had already thought of how to humiliate Gu Chang'e and make him regret what he did today. "Yes, I believe you." Hearing that, Yin Mei also had a look of trust on her face. She was a little moved. "That's right. Now that you've offended Gu Chang'e, will you have a hard time in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace?" "I'm a bit worried," Bai Lai said. "After all, it was because of him. If Yin Mei was wronged in the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, he would feel guilty." Thinking to there, his hatred towards Gu Chang'e deepened. Yin Mei shook her head. "I'm a core disciple of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, so Senior Brother Gu won't make things too difficult for me." Following this, she glanced in the direction of the Chao Tianke and continued, "It's about time for me to go back. I've been away for too long, so it's a bit rude to the other geniuses." Bai Lai, who originally wanted to keep Yin Mei, opened his mouth when he heard this. In the end, he suddenly handed a tiger-shaped jade seal to her and said, "I will be in Tao Celestial Ancient City during this period of time. If you want to find me, you can contact me with this jade seal. Hearing this, Inmei seemed to hesitate for a while before accepting the jade talisman. Then, she turned and headed back to the Dao Heavenly Palace. The apologetic and touched expression on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by mockery and sarcasm. She had always been dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the clan for her and wanted to find a way to cancel it. Begging for flowers, otherwise, she wouldn't have been cultivating in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace and never returned to the clan. A fiancé that she had never seen before. Although he was a young paragon, a rare genius of the White Tiger clan, he was still a young paragon. But Inmei didn't care. Now that Bai Lai had offended everyone, he just had to offend Gu Changa. What else could she say? Even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't do that. As for pity, she didn't have any. Everything was going according to her plan. You can beat him after breaking through to mid-stage king ranked. When she heard this, Inmei couldn't help but want to laugh. This person was too naive. If they really fought, she doubted that Bai Lai could withstand 3 moves from Gu Changa. Not to mention, under Gu Changa's terrifying trump card, any young paragon would feel despair. She guessed that the reason why Gu Changa didn't attack Bai Lai immediately was probably because of his gunmetal origin talent. After all, she had worked for Gu Changa for so many years and knew what cultivation resources Gu Changa needed. I heard that Brother Yiling will be coming to the Dao Heavenly Ancient City soon. Let's go and have a chat with him first. On the streets filled with cultivators, Bai Lai watched as Inmei's figure gradually disappeared. He finally retracted his gaze and smiled. Then, he planned to look for his good brother Yiling to discuss the appearance of the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's treasure. After the myriad Dao banquet ended, all the paragons bid farewell and left the Dao Heavenly Palace to cultivate in their own palaces. What happened here today quickly spread and attracted the attention of many forces. However, the young master of the White Tiger clan and Gu Changa didn't fight in the end, which made many people feel regretful. At the end of the day, it was just a matter of jealousy. Bai Lai avoided the battle in the end, and Gu Changa also gave face to his junior sister and didn't attack. However, on the other hand, it also showed how terrifying Gu Changa's power in the Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace was. All the disciples submitted to him and didn't dare to disobey. This was what it meant to cover the sky with one hand. In a grand and majestic palace, Gu Changa stroked his fluffy white foxtail with one hand. He looked at the tiger-shaped jade talisman in his hand with one hand and asked with interest, "These are his original words." "I dare not hide it from Master. These are Bai Lai's original words. He gave this jade talisman to me and said that I can find him with this jade talisman." Inmei replied respectfully and repeated what Bai Lai said to her to Gu Changa. "Very good. I was still thinking about how to find Yiling's location, and he sent it to me of his own accord. He's a kind person." Gu Changa nodded and smiled playfully. From the looks of it, Bai Lai was the only person related to Yiling. Gu Changa still had to rely on him to find Yiling's location. Of course, Bai Lai had other functions besides that. For example, Gu Changa was very interested in his heptametal origin talent. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Inmei was confused but didn't dare to ask anything. She didn't even dare to think about it. Some things weren't better the more you knew. She was also very clear. As long as she never had the thought of betraying Gu Changa wouldn't kill her. She was much more useful alive than dead. "You did a good job today. In the future, keep an eye on Bai Lai's whereabouts. If he comes into contact with a man named Yiling, let me know immediately," Gu Changa instructed. "Thank you for the compliment, Master. Inmei will definitely do this well," Inmei quickly replied. She already knew who Yiling was from Yi Langtian at the banquet. As the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan, she had eyes everywhere. It wasn't difficult to find out the whereabouts of a person. Chapter 107. After returning to Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, Guchanga was in no hurry to ask about the appearance of the immortal treasure. He was confident that the Grand Elder and the others would tell him of their own accord. Now that more and more factions had arrived at Dao Heaven Ancient City and were pressuring the elders and palace lords, they had no choice but to open up that region. In at most 3 days, Dao Heaven Immortal Palace would be unable to withstand the pressure and would open that region to the outside world. At that time, the young prodigies of the other factions would gather here, and they would need someone to stand up and support them. Rely on the other core disciples? That was clearly not possible, putting aside the fact that they were all in seclusion. Even if they came out, they might not be able to do so. Thus, no matter how unwilling the elders were, they had no choice but to obediently beg Guchanga. As for discussing the sense of belonging to the sect, this was not realistic for the disciples of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. This was even more true for Guchanga. The elders clearly understood this, so when the time came, it was time for Guchanga to demand an exorbitant price. No, it was time for him to haggle. While Guchanga was considering these matters, rumble! Outside Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, a black and golden carriage, pulled by 9 divine phoenix-like beasts, was galloping toward them. A loud rumble resounded, causing the sky to tremble. When the disciples of the Dao of Heaven Immortal's Palace, who were patrolling in front of the mountain gate, saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and they were about to stop him. "Tell Guchanga that this palace has come." From within the carriage, a voice suffused with thick emperor's might and as cold as the sounds of nature rang out. Yu Mingkong, dressed in a plain robe, sat within. Her face was picturesque, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her brows were like slender willow leaves, and her phoenix eyes were calm and cold. She looked through the curtains. Her emperor's might was awe-inspiring, like that of a peerless empress. Many disciples felt their souls tremble in fear. Who is this person? She dares to call Disciple Gu by her name? 9 phoenixes pulling the chariot. This style is comparable to Gu Zhen's 9 dragons pulling the chariot. Quite a few disciples were shocked, feeling some confusion towards these words. They didn't know who this person was. But very quickly, the person beside him pulled him back and whispered, "That's Gu Jinchuan's fiancée, Yu Mingkong, the 4th princess of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty, and also the crown prince of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty. She will become a peerless empress in the future." Hiss! These words immediately caused many people to gasp. They were incomparably shocked. She was definitely a proud daughter of heaven, whose name had spread far and wide in the heavens of the higher realms. Her methods were forceful and iron-blooded, and her name had long since shaken the world. No wonder he dared to call Gu Jinchuan by his name. In the past, when Princess Yu Mingkong came to see true Disciple Gu, it was not like this. What is going on? Rumor has it that this princess and Gu Jinchuan don't seem to be on good terms recently. Looking at it today, it might be true. Many disciples thought to themselves, but they didn't dare to stop him. They allowed the black golden carriage to enter the mountain gate. For a time, the entire Dao Heaven Immortal Palace was alarmed. Many elders and disciples appeared. Even the true disciples appeared. Streaks of divine rainbow appeared in the sky, looking from afar. Now that a major event had happened, the crown prince of the Peerless Immortal Dynasty personally came to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, causing them to be shocked and puzzled. Many people guessed that it was related to Guchanga, but even more people guessed that Yu Mingkong was probably here to get a share of the pie. On the mountain peak where the great elder was, Gu Xian'er was cultivating a powerful, precious technique. A hazy light of the great Dao appeared behind her, and one rune after another floated up and down, divine and resplendent. She naturally heard the commotion coming from afar. Her expression was somewhat puzzled as she looked over. Guchanga's fiancé? What is she doing here? Although during this period of time, she faintly felt that there were some secrets behind what happened back then. It didn't affect her desire to take revenge on Guchanga. Now that the fourth princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty had arrived, Gu Xian'er felt a little uneasy. She subconsciously thought that Yu Mingkong was in cahoots with Gu Chang'e. In this way, it would be even more difficult for her to seek justice from Gu Chang'e. On the supreme peak in the majestic and tall palace, Gu Chang'e opened his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the system interface. The commotion outside the mountain gate had already spread here. The black golden carriage crushed through the sky, alarming all the peaks and islands. But no disciples or elders dared to stop it. Gu Chang'e arrived outside the palace. From afar, he saw a black shadow descending toward the mountain peak. He raised his eyebrows. Yu Mingkong looked like she was full of killing intent. Could it be that she was a little angry because he found out her tracks? But as someone who had been reborn, she had foresight. She couldn't take advantage of him. So it wasn't strange that she couldn't help but be angry. Gu Chang'e guessed. Seeing the black golden carriage land quickly, Yu Mingkong walked out with a cold expression and quickly headed in his direction. At the same time, beside Gu Chang'e, there was a ripple in the air. Yanji appeared. She also followed Yu Mingkong back. What happened? Gu Chang'e glanced at her and asked. Yanji nodded and replied, Young master, when I found Princess Yu Mingkong, she was setting up an inescapable net to kill a young man who was only in the titled Marquis realm, but in the end, that young man still escaped. Even I couldn't find his tracks. Soon, Yanji summarized the scene to Gu Chang'e. A young man in the titled Marquis realm escaped in the end. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yes. Yanji nodded and said, the young man had a black jade talisman that contained the full power of a great saint. He had many tricks up his sleeve. Princess Yu Mingkong sent 4 saints. She thought it was a flawless plan, but in the end she didn't succeed. I understand. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded. He could not help but shake his head. He felt that Yu Mingkong's expression was not very good. Perhaps this was the reason. Gu Chang'e more or less knew that the young man should be the son of Providence, called Yi Ling sons of Providence, were difficult to kill, to begin with. With something as intangible as Providence, especially the son of Providence from the upper realm. If she could succeed, then there was a problem. However, the fact that Yu Mingkong would think of a way to scheme against the son of Providence and even plan to kill him made Gu Chang'e a little speechless. He even wanted to laugh. The daughter of Providence tried to kill the son of Providence, but failed in the end. He did not know what to say to Yu Mingkong. With her ability, she still wanted to take revenge on him for her past life? Gu Chang'e looked at her cold eyes that seemed to say that it was his fault. He could not help but shake his head and want to laugh. He thought that she could not kill Yi Ling, so in the end he was the one to blame? After that, the void fluctuated and Yan Ji's figure disappeared. Normally, she would not appear outside so easily. Mingkong, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you miss your husband? Gu Chang'e let out a soft laugh and stared at the peerless beauty in front of him. Gu Chang'e, don't pretend in front of me. Why did you ask me to come here? Yu Mingkong was unmoved and looked at him coldly as she asked. When she saw Yan Ji suddenly appear just now, she could not help but feel jealous. However, her face was as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e shook his head and held her waist naturally, ignoring her struggle. You haven't answered your husband's first question. Why would I miss a person with a heart of stone? Stop dreaming. Yu Mingkong said coldly. After all, she had shed all pretense of cordiality with Gu Chang'e in the Gu family. There were many things that she could not be bothered to pretend. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's actions were all with a strong purpose, whether it was the words he said or the actions he did. They were not sincere. Who knew what he was scheming now? Your words make me very sad. You came to boundless heaven, but you did not come to see your husband. Do you not want to see me that much? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he shook his head and seemed to be a little regretful and sad. I don't want to see you at all. Yu Mingkong was expressionless and was not moved at all. But I miss you very much. When I found out that you came to Boundless Heaven, I couldn't wait to see you. Gu Changa smiled. Yu Mingkong rolled her eyes. This action looked a little delicate, but her expression was very cold. When combined, it had a strange charm. If Gu Changa was telling the truth, she would naturally be very happy. However, it was obvious that he was just saying it. Yu Mingkong's heart was naturally not moved at all. So this is the reason why you asked that woman to capture me? Then Yu Mingkong asked coldly. When she mentioned that woman, her heart was filled with jealousy. It was as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. Although she knew that Gu Changa did not like her. However, when she saw that there were other women beside Gu Changa, her heart was very sour. At the same time, Yu Mingkong was also very puzzled. In her previous life, there were clearly no women beside Gu Changa. What was going on in this life? So many things had happened that she did not expect at all. What do you mean by captured? Mingkong, you have quite a big misunderstanding of your husband. Moreover, why is there such a strong sour smell in the air? Gu Changa smiled calmly and gave a rare explanation. Yanji is an expert that I brought up from the lower realm. She can be considered as my follower. Why are you jealous of her? Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's expression eased a lot, but she still did not have a good expression. Gu Changa, you are too confident in yourself. After all, it was very rare. She was a little surprised that Gu Changa would actually take the initiative to explain this matter to her. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Then she asked directly. She did not believe that Gu Changa would look for her for no reason. Gu Changa said calmly, You don't believe me when I say that I miss you. What can I do? No matter how nice your words sound, I won't believe you. Yu Mingkong heard him and only wanted to roll her eyes. How did she not know that Gu Changa had such a shameless side in her previous life? At this time, Gu Changa 4-2 also stopped teasing her and said with a faint smile, I heard from Yanji that you wanted to kill a man of the conferred Marquis realm and failed. What happened? How did he offend you? Tell your husband. Your husband will help you kill him and vent your anger. Of course. He knew that Yu Mingkong was definitely preparing to take advantage of the Son of Destiny. Gu Changa was also very interested in this matter. He planned to ask Yu Mingkong indirectly for some information. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Yu Mingkong was a little stunned. At this time, Gu Changa should not know about Yi Ling's existence. So, when he said that he wanted to kill Yi Ling to help her vent her anger, did he think that Yi Ling had offended her? For some reason, Yu Mingkong's heart stirred. Gu Changa was such a selfish and cold person. Why would he care about her? Aren't you going to ask the reason? You want to kill him regardless of whether he's right or wrong. She rolled her eyes slightly. Gu Changa smiled. What's there to care about? If you want to kill him, then I'll help you kill him. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong could not help but hold her breath. As expected of Gu Changa, he could say such murderous words so casually, regardless of who was right or wrong. He would kill whoever she wanted to kill. This was indeed his personality. Yu Mingkong stared at Gu Changa without blinking. Suddenly, she felt indescribably moved. So it was not that he did not care about her. Chapter 108. Whoever she wanted to kill, he would kill them. Could this be Gu Changa's unique way of caring? It sounded like a boundless murderous aura was rushing towards them. Yu Mingkong's mood at this moment was very complicated. She really didn't think that Gu Changa would say such words that touched her. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't have her in his heart, but to him, it didn't hold much weight. The premise was that it didn't touch his secrets and interests. Otherwise, it wasn't impossible for Gu Changa to turn his back on her. Whether it was the previous life or the present, Gu Changa's ruthless nature had never changed. It was just that the surface was different. In the previous life, she was docile and submissive, so Gu Changa's attitude towards her was cold and indifferent. At the crucial moment, she was a chess piece that could be killed at any time. But in this life, she was strong, iron-blooded, controlled the unparalleled immortal dynasty, and even had the hidden trump card of a reincarnated person. So Gu Changa felt that she was useful, so he treated her like this. Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong also understood. Although she knew that Gu Changa didn't have feelings for her, her heart felt much better than before. Ding, the daughter of destiny, Yu Mingkong's attitude changed. Luck points increased by 800. Fate points increased by 400. At this time, Gu Changa's mind also rang out with a system notification, which made him feel slightly satisfied. It seems that these words weren't useless. Yu Mingkong naturally still had killing intent towards him. But like Gu Xian, she couldn't do it with her current means. Not to mention that Yu Mingkong was different from Gu Xian, In this life, there was no hatred between him and Yu Mingkong. Compared to this life, there were too many differences between the timeline she had experienced and this life. Even if Yu Mingkong wanted revenge, she couldn't show it on the surface. After all, this would expose her biggest secret. Gu Changa happened to know her biggest secret. With this lifeline in hand, it would not be difficult to subdue Yu Mingkong. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have found out anyway. Meanwhile, Gu Changa spoke once more. His expression had already recovered its calm, and he seemed as if he would utilize other methods if Yu Mingkong didn't speak. Yi Ling was the son of fortune. However, Gu Changa did not know exactly what methods he had up his sleeves. If he wanted to know this information, he would have to rely on Yu Mingkong to tell him herself. It was a good opportunity to knock some sense into him. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was silent for a moment. She moved her beautiful eyes away from Gu Changa. His interested expression made her feel a little flustered. If this matter was not handled properly, it might arouse Gu Changa's suspicion. He would easily find out that she had no grudge against Yi Ling. They had never even met before. So, how could she explain her plan to murder Yi Ling? Was there something wrong with her brain to kill a masked person who had no grudge against her? Was she stupid? Gu Changa was extremely shrewd. It was difficult to hide anything from him. This made Yu Mingkong feel conflicted. She pinched her sleeves lightly. Sure enough, nothing good could happen in front of Gu Changa. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I found the location of an ancient celestial lord's inheritance in some ancient books. I found that Yi Ling had beaten me to it. Yu Mingkong then chose her words carefully and spoke. She had no choice but to come up with a more reasonable explanation that would not expose her secret. Although plotting against other people's opportunities sounded immoral, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was nothing wrong with it. In her previous life, she definitely would not have done it. However, in this life, she had done many similar things. In order to fight against Gu Changa, she had to become stronger. She had to seek various opportunities to strengthen herself. However, she did not expect Yi Ling to be so difficult to deal with this time. He had set up an inescapable trap, but she still managed to escape in the end. According to her experience in her previous life, Yi Ling was not a simple person. He went from a weak person to an extremely terrifying existence in the upper realm. Now that the grudge had been formed, if it was not resolved, it would definitely become a big problem. Yi Ling would not let her go. When Gu Changa heard this, he seemed to have a sudden realization. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on his face. Then he said in a joking manner, "I didn't think that was the reason." What a surprise! Mingkong, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. I thought someone had offended you, but I didn't expect you to be plotting against other people's opportunities. You wanted to kill them and steal their treasures. In the past, you wouldn't have done such a thing. As he said this, he shook his head. He looked regretful and disappointed in Yu Mingkong. Gu Changa said this to cooperate with Yu Mingkong. However, he also learned a lot of information. Yi Ling turned out to be the successor of a certain ancient heavenly lord. This made Gu Changa feel a little enlightened. Speaking of which, this was completely in line with the plot of a counterattack. A certain mediocre or useless young man accidentally obtained the inheritance of a certain expert by chance. Since then, he had been leading a successful life, defeating everyone who disobeyed him and subduing all the beauties. A ancient heavenly lord was an ancient existence who had sealed himself during the mythological era. He was unbelievably powerful. It was said that he had touched the realm of the immortal path. He might even be standing in that realm. It was not impossible to say that he could even trigger the long river of time. The appearance of any ancient heavenly lord's inheritance would definitely alarm various supreme sage orthodoxies, imperishable sects, and other forces. It was more shocking than the ancient emperor's tomb. It was enough to attract everyone. Yi Ling had secretly obtained the inheritance of an ancient heavenly lord. There might be various remnants, such as the ancient heavenly lord's formation patterns, weapons, divine pills, and so on. It was no wonder that the current Yu Mingkong could not deal with him. I'm only doing this because you forced me to do so. Yu Mingkong glanced at Gu Changa expressionlessly and said, "You speak as if you're a good person. Gu Changa, I can't compare to your ruthlessness." Her words were full of resentment. Even if her methods were 10,000 times more ruthless, she could not compare to Gu Changa's. Others might not know, but how could she not know? Gu Changa's forbidden demonic technique alone had secretly killed countless Skype rides and living beings. It was simply uncountable. If Gu Changa's true strength was exposed, it would definitely shock the world. All the cultivators would be enraged and fearful, and they would come to kill him. By then, he would become the enemy of the entire world. How could they allow Gu Changa to grow stronger in secret? Of course, there was no evidence. Even if it was exposed, not many people would believe it. After all, the forbidden demonic technique had long disappeared in the long river of time. Its inheritance was cut off and destroyed by all the forces. How exactly did Gu Changa obtain it? It was a complete mystery. Yu Mingkong suspected that it had something to do with the mysterious master behind Gu Changa. However, she had never seen Gu Changa reveal such a thing. Don't say that. In this world, it's not a bad thing to be ruthless. Hearing that, Gu Changa put away the faint smile on his face and said, "Good people have short lives, bad people live longer." Hearing that, Yu Mingkong could not help but fall silent. In her previous life, she would definitely have scoffed at those words and felt that it was too absolute. Was it wrong to be good? Good people were not wrong, but they were destined to not live long. Since ancient times, which existence standing at the peak did not have endless blood on their hands. She could now say that she deeply felt the same about all this. Which ancient heavenly lord's inheritance did Yi Ling obtain? I might be able to help you deal with him. At that moment, Gu Changa asked again with a faint smile. Yu Mingkong glanced at him and said, "The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara." This kind of thing definitely could not be hidden. It was too easy for Gu Changa to find out if he wanted to, especially now that Yi Ling had appeared in boundless heaven. She might as well be more honest. As for Gu Changa's offer to help her deal with Yi Ling, Yu Mingkong did not believe it at all. It sounded nice, but in the end he wanted to take Yi Ling's opportunity inheritance. When the time came and she killed Yi Ling, the inheritance would still fall into Gu Changa's hands. Yu Mingkong did not believe that Gu Changa would be so kind as to give her the inheritance. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, the power of Samsara, Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. The power of Samsara involved time, which was a supreme power like space. Now that he already had the talent of the void, it was not impossible for it to evolve into the spatial rule order, spatial great Tao, spatial origin, and so on. He was quite tempted by the power of Samsara. Looking at Gu Changa's expression, how could Yu Mingkong not understand that he was already thinking about Yi Ling? She could not help but feel angry that Gu Changa had snatched away the opportunity right in front of her. She knew very well how terrifying Gu Changa was. She had no confidence at all that she could snatch it away from Gu Changa. Although Yi Ling was difficult to deal with, she was, after all, a reborn person with foresight. She even dared to go against Gu Chang'e, so why would she be afraid of his revenge? However, after today, Yi Ling would most likely become Gu Chang'e's prey. Once Yi Ling was targeted by Gu Chang'e, what good ending would Yi Ling have? Even when Yi Ling was at his peak in his previous life, he had almost died in the hands of Gu Chang'e. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. The current Yi Ling would not be able to escape from Gu Chang'e's evil hands. Why do you look so unhappy? Aren't you happy that your husband helped you snatch the opportunity? Gu Chang'e could not help but chuckle when he saw Yu Mingkong's expression. Although he would definitely take the lion's share, he did not mind leaving some for Yu Mingkong to drink. He was not such a heartless person who would take advantage of every opportunity and leave nothing behind. When she heard that, Yu Mingkong could not be bothered with him. She did not want to talk to him anymore. After all, the immortal path would appear after some time in the heavenly palace of immortals. She just happened to know where the immortal essence would be born. When the time came, she would just have to wait for it. The immortal essence was not inferior to the ancient heavenly venerate's inheritance. Although Gu Chang'e had been plotting for the immortal essence for a long time, Yu Mingkong believed that he would not be able to gain much advantage over her. After that, Yu Mingkong also stayed at Wushang Peak and prepared to wait for the immortal path that would follow. After all, she and Gu Chang'e were engaged in name and were husband and wife in reality. She did not mind. No one dared to say anything either. The news of Yu Mingkong's arrival at the heavenly palace of immortals spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion. Be it the disciples of the heavenly palace of immortals or the cultivators of other forces, they were all shocked. After all, Gu Chang'e's deterrence was already terrifying enough. Now that he had his fiancée, Yu Mingkong, by his side, who among the younger generation could go against them. Now that the various orthodoxies and sects had gathered at the heavenly palace of immortals, many young geniuses had appeared. Even many young supreme beings who had not appeared before had appeared. They came from various heavens in the inner region to display their powerful strength. For a time, the situation was turbulent. At the same time, in the depths of the heavenly palace of immortals, there was a simple and tall palace surrounded by clouds that seemed to be towering above the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura reverberated and divine light intertwined. It was incomparably oppressive, as if a scene of the opening of the heavens was unfolding. The various elders of the heavenly palace of immortals had solemn and unpleasant expressions as they discussed something here. The grand elder sat at the head of the table. His face was thin, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Now that the various orthodoxies have gathered at the heavenly palace of immortals, they want to force us to open the depths of the palace and let their young disciples train. What do the elders think about this? Next to the grand elder, a middle-aged man in a green robe with a gentle expression and a long beard asked. He was tall and straight, his eyes were like stars, and his hair was as white as snow. He stood upright and looked very heroic. There seemed to be floating lights around him, as well as jumping shadows. It was like a dream. He was the current palace lord of the heavenly palace of immortals. He usually cultivated in the depths of the palace and rarely showed himself. His cultivation was unfathomable. Hearing the palace lord's words, many elders could not help but fall silent. At this time, it was no longer up to them to decide. Palace Lord, I think we need to discuss this matter with all parties. After all, the depths of the palace are quite dangerous. What if their disciples come there and get hurt or die there? When that happens, they will blame us for not protecting them well. Wouldn't we have to swallow our pride? A tall elder with shocking vitality stood out. He was the current second elder of the heavenly palace of immortals. He was also an old monster with unfathomable cultivation. He said with a frown. He was also very angry about this matter. The appearance of the immortal treasure was actually just a catalyst. The various orthodoxies had always had their eyes on that immortal ancient continent. However, because they had cultivated in the heavenly palace of immortals before, they could not ask for it themselves. So they sent their young disciples. The elders of the heavenly palace of immortals naturally knew about this plan. There are many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent, but there are also many dangers. Moreover, the different areas are shrouded in immortal ancient mist. Even if we go in, it is difficult to know the exact direction. If the younger generation goes in, there is a high chance that they will die inside. At that moment, many elders spoke up. The second elder's words were approved by everyone. Although the depths of the palace could be open to the public, what if something unexpected happened? If they wanted to go in, they could, but they had to bear the responsibility themselves. In addition, each orthodoxy must have a person in charge. Otherwise, if the heavenly palace of immortals was blamed, they would be wrongly accused. If that's the case, then it's decided. When the time comes, the younger generation who wants to go will do as they wish. Life and death will not be discussed. The palace master of the heavenly palace of immortals nodded slowly. However, with so many young geniuses gathered here, there will definitely be a lot of competition. As the host, the heavenly palace of immortals, when the time comes, we will need to find someone to hold the fort. Among the 5 true disciples, Chu Wuji's Taoist heart was injured and has returned to the great Chu dynasty. The other 3 true disciples are all in seclusion. I don't think they will show up for a while. Are we going to rely on them? But their cultivation is weaker. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold the fort when the time comes. At that moment, a few elders thought of something else. They whispered among themselves while secretly observing the grand elder's expression. They purposely did not mention Gu Changa for the same reason. A while ago, the news that Gu Changa had offended the Grand Elder had spread throughout the heavenly palace of immortals. At this time, if they recommended Gu Changa, where would the Grand Elder put his face? Chapter 109. The atmosphere in the palace was a little strange. Even the palace lord of the Tao, heavenly palace, shook his head slightly. He glanced at the Grand Elder without saying a word. Although the elders were here to discuss the gathering of the various orthodoxies in ancient Tao Heavenly City, they knew that it was impossible to stop it. In fact, they couldn't change anything. Hence, the real reason they were here was to select the person in charge of the younger generation of the Tao Heavenly Palace. However, out of respect for the Grand Elder, they were very tactful and did not directly recommend Gu Changa to the Grand Elder. After all, apart from Gu Changa, they couldn't find a better candidate. As for the Grand Elder's newly accepted female disciple, Gu Siena, although she was very talented, compared to Gu Changa, she was more than just a little bit weaker. In terms of strength and status, she couldn't compare at all, not to mention her deterrence. However, Gu Changa was different. Although he was the most powerful person in the Tao Heavenly Palace, and no one dared to provoke him, he was still a powerful figure. However, the elders had to admit that Gu Changxing's strength was undeniable. Among the younger generation, who wouldn't be afraid when they saw Gu Changa. A few days ago, in ancient Tao Heavenly City, even the immemorial royal White Tiger Clan's young lord had to leave, not daring to fight Gu Changa. To put it bluntly, as long as Gu Changa was there to back them up, the younger generation of the other orthodoxies would definitely behave themselves when they came to the Tao Heavenly Palace, and there would be fewer conflicts. Hence, the only problem now was that Gu Changa and the Grand Elder were not on good terms. However, this matter required the Grand Elder's approval. This was a little difficult to handle. I already know what you mean. You don't have to be so tactful. After all, this is for the good of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and I'm not an unreasonable person, said the first elder. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He was worried that if he went to Gu Changa, he would have to ask him to speak up for the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Wouldn't that be throwing his old face to the ground? What he said last time was equivalent to wasting his words. Wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? Thinking of this, the great elder's heart was filled with anger. After living for so many years, this was the first time that he repeatedly ran into a wall with a junior. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, the palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace smiled and said, "The Grand Elder is magnanimous, so why would he lower himself to the level of a junior? That Guchanga, as the young master of the Gu clan, has actually been eyeing the position of successor ever since he came to our Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. We are well aware of this, but we just didn't point out. Today's matter has given him such an opportunity. Even though Guchanga's actions are eccentric and unfathomable, he's a cultivator of the Tao of Heavenly Immortals canon at any rate. With this identity, could it be that he intends to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors? In my opinion, the successor's position should have been decided. Compared to strength, the problem of character is no longer important." Hearing this, the elders looked at each other and nodded. Even the palace master was supporting Guchanga. Even if the Grand Elder was unwilling, he would not be able to justify it. "Forget it. This old man will put aside his old face and talk to that Guchanga." Hearing this, the Grand Elder waved his hand. His expression was not very good, but he knew that this was the only solution. Then, without saying anything else, he disappeared from the palace with a single step. The palace master of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and the elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. To be able to make the Grand Elder take a step back as a member of the younger generation, Guchanga is probably the only one who has done this. While the Grand Elder and the others were discussing on the mountain peak where the Grand Elder usually cultivated in seclusion, whoosh! Gu Xian was dressed in green. Her figure was slender, and her incomparably beautiful face was calm. Her eyes were closed. She was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock. Behind her, resplendent light shone, and wisps of essence qi gushed out in all directions. Streaks of purple divine light drifted down from the sky like mist. They circled around her body, making her seem like a favorite of the great Tao. Wisps of the great Tao's aura emerged and then descended. It was as if an invisible grotto heaven had appeared above her head. At this moment, a new bone in her body was burning hot, and a deep and vast power appeared. Many mystical lights were changing inside. Like a celestial bone, it was translucent, flawless, and resplendent, and filled with celestial qi. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be a tiny true immortal sitting cross-legged in her celestial bone, chanting a supreme scripture. Boom! In the end, all the power in her cells and bones gushed out. It turned into a surge of terrifying qi and blood energy that gathered in her limbs and bones. She had broken through. Gu Xian opened her eyes. Her porcelain-like, delicate face was filled with joy, but she quickly calmed down. She had finally broken through to the Marquis realm. One had to know that at this age, Guchanga was only a divine lord. She was now a full realm faster than Guchanga. As long as I cultivate diligently, I will surpass Guchanga sooner or later, and then get my revenge. He will regret it. I'm not someone he can bully as he pleases. Gu Xian clenched her fists, her eyes shining brightly. During this period of time, she had swallowed all kinds of divine pills and treasures, and cultivated the various ancient heavenly arts that the Grand Elder had prepared for her. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She was much faster than before. The Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon contained a very mystical true immortal intent. It pointed directly to the path of immortal Tao, and Gu Xian benefited greatly. Although her previous teachers were very powerful, they were not as good as the Grand Elder, who was a good teacher on the path of cultivation. One had to specialize in one's career. The Grand Elder had taught many disciples before, and was naturally very experienced. He taught her according to her abilities. Gu Xian, Uri's talent and foundation were very strong to begin with. Now that she had accumulated enough, it was normal for her cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Gu Xian quickly calmed down. If Guchanga hadn't provoked Master back then, Master probably wouldn't have taught me like this. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Gu Changa. But he must be up to no good and has other intentions. Although I can't figure out his intentions, I know that he's up to no good. Gu Xian thought to herself. The only thing she wanted to do now was to press Gu Changa, that annoying guy, to the ground and rub him in it. At this time, she was cold and aloof, like a celestial fairy above the 9 heavens, untainted by the mortal world. But when she thought about how Gu Changa hadn't come to see her during this period of time, Gu Xian was inexplicably not used to it. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she looked at a huge blue stone not far away. "Who is it?" Gu Xian shouted coldly. At the same time, a jade-like, sparkling long sword appeared in her hand. Glyphs flowed on it, and it was very extraordinary. Just now, she felt a very slight vibration coming from there, which meant that someone was hiding there. She didn't notice it at all before. This made Gu Xian frown, and she became very vigilant. Usually, no one would come to the head elder's place of cultivation. Moreover, the head elder had gone to the main peak to discuss some matters today, and wasn't on this mountain peak. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for someone to secretly come up here. In addition, the head elder didn't have the habit of laying down formation patterns in his place of cultivation. The mountain peak was very safe, and there wouldn't be any restrictions or formations or the like. When Gu Xian thought of this, the vigilance in her heart became even stronger. Her first suspicion was that it was Gu Changa, but she quickly eliminated this possibility. Unless Gu Changa was bored, he wouldn't come here to watch her cultivate. As for whether or not Gu Changa would secretly harm her, Gu Xian almost didn't think about this. If Gu Changa wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back, and wouldn't have waited until now. Then who could it be? Little Sister Xian. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. At this moment, a gentle voice that was pleasing to the ear like the sound of nature sounded out. A tall and slender woman walked out from behind the blue stone. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, and her hair was tied up in a green conch. Her immortal face was like a painting, and her beauty was soul-stirring, but she also had an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Even though Gu Xian was a woman, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned by this appearance. This was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and there was no comparison. But soon, Gu Xian reacted and calmly asked, "You are Gu Changa's fiancé? Unparalleled immortal dynasties, 4th Princess Yumingkong?" With this appearance and temperament, other than that princess, she couldn't think of anyone else. But why would she come here, and also secretly watch her for so long? Gu Xian was puzzled. "That's me." Yumingkong nodded, and at this time, she was also carefully sizing up Gu Xian. Gu Changa left the mountain gate for ancient Tao Celestial City, and she didn't know what he was going to do. She wanted to come here to see Gu Xian. At that time, Gu Xian was in a state of cultivation, and it wasn't good to disturb him. She just watched from the side. Now that she saw that Gu Xian was done with his cultivation, he made a noise, and she noticed. Yumingkong didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards the cold and proud Gu Xian. Instead, she felt pity for him. In her previous life, Gu Xian could be considered the only friend she could confide in. The two of them got to know each other by chance. Gu Xian didn't hate her because she was Gu Changa's fiancée, and instead treated her equally. The two quickly became familiar with each other. However, because of Gu Changa, the two of them could only become strangers in the end. The last time she heard news of Gu Xian, it was when the peach village Gu Xian used to live in was destroyed by the Celestial Dynasty's hundreds of millions of immortal soldiers, dispatched by Gu Changa. In the end, the mysterious peach tree at the entrance of the village took the ruined village, broke through space and left, and disappeared without a trace. And after that, Gu Xian also disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Yumingkong thought at that time that Gu Xian knew that there was no hope for revenge, and finally chose to live in seclusion. But later on, according to Gu Changa's personality, it was impossible for him to let Gu Xian go. In the end, Gu Changa should have used Gu Xian, masters, as hostages and threatened her to go in exchange. Since then, Gu Xian, fate was unknown, but it was very likely that Gu Changa devoured her origin, and she died. This was a girl who was as tragic as her. When she was young, her most respected and beloved brother dug out her Dao bone. Then, she fled to the forsaken immortal land, where she met several mysterious and powerful masters. She cultivated bitterly for many years, harboring hatred, and always wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Instead, he had been rescued from Gu Changa time and time again. In her previous life, her clan, including her parents' clan, were all wiped out by Gu Changa, who became the clan leader. Not a single one was left. Too many. Whenever she thought of these things, Yu Mingkong would feel a wave of regret and sadness. In her previous life, she helped Gu Changa to rule the unparalleled celestial dynasty and swallowed many big and small powers. At that time, the hundreds of millions of immortal soldiers that attacked the Peach Village were personally trained by her for Gu Changa. In this life, many things changed, but Gu Xian's current situation did not change. At that time, she was still a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals and was cultivating here. However, because she offended Gu Changa, her situation in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was not good, and no disciple dared to go with her. Even the elders mostly avoided her, as if they had encountered a snake or a scorpion. After a while, Gu Xian would obtain an immortal opportunity in the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, and her cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. She also took this opportunity to challenge Gu Changa and announced to the world that Gu Changa's despicable act of digging out her Dao bone. This announcement caused a huge commotion in the upper realm and caused a terrible earthquake. Then, she and Gu Changa finally fought in the battlefield of Heavenly Immortals, attracting the attention of countless cultivators and orthodoxies. In that battle, she came back from death's door and won by a narrow margin, killing Gu Changa. This was also the only time Gu Xian gained an advantage over Gu Changa. However, it was obvious that Gu Changa was only faking his death in that battle. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could not reveal his greatest trump card. Gu Changa's corpse was later rescued by the divine sect of Taichu. Half a year later, he appeared in the upper realm again and became even more unfathomable. Soon the two met and fought again. In the end, Gu Xian was defeated and almost died, but she was rescued in the end. Chapter 110. Yu Mingkong's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Gu Xian. She came back to her senses slightly and looked at the cold and proud young girl in front of her. Her expression gradually warmed, as if she was the big sister next door looking at her younger sister. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, as if she came out of a painting. She was tall and had a pair of impressive long legs. However, they were tightly covered by her green skirt, not revealing a single bit of her skin. She knew that this was something one of Gu Xian's masters told her. When cultivating outside, girls should pay attention to protecting themselves. This was something that Yu Mingkong couldn't stop laughing at when Gu Xian mentioned it to her in her previous life. Yu Mingkong, why are you looking for me? At this time, Gu Xian asked, breaking the awkward silence between the two of them. After all, from her attitude, it didn't seem like she came with bad intentions. Regarding this point, Gu Xian was very clear about it, so she let down her guard a little. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong said with a gentle expression, "Don't be so formal. I'm a few years older than you. You can just call me sister." As she spoke, she took a few steps forward, closing the distance between the two of them. On the other hand, she was Gu Changa's fiancée, and Gu Xian was Gu Changa's cousin. There was nothing wrong with calling herself sister. Gu Xian was a little confused. She didn't understand why Yu Mingkong had such an attitude. However, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Yu Mingkong didn't have any grudges with her, so Gu Xian's slightly cold attitude eased a little. She asked, "Why are you here?" She was a little confused. Why did Yu Mingkong look at her with such a pitiful expression? Was it because she was pitiful? This made Gu Xian, who had some pride in her heart, feel a little uncomfortable. However, she didn't show anything on her face. "I heard that you were cultivating with the first elder and had nothing to do, so I came to see you," Yu Mingkong said with a smile. She also knew that Gu Xian was very vigilant, so she didn't say anything else. She didn't want Gu Xian to suspect that she had ulterior motives. Really? Gu Xian didn't believe it. She looked behind Yu Mingkong and frowned. "Didn't Gu Changa come?" she asked. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. She wasn't used to not seeing Gu Changa's annoying face, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yu Mingkong was here, but Gu Changa was not? How long had it been since he had left her at the peak of the mountain? Gu Xian was still thinking that now that he had broken through to the titled Marquis realm, he could finally spar with Gu Changa, because along the way, she had always defeated the strong as the weak, and it was easy for her to fight those above her level. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Gu Changa was very strong, but she wasn't much weaker than him. Not to mention, she had the skills of many schools and had been carefully taught by various masters since young. She had many secret arts and abilities. He left the sect and went to ancient Dao, Celestial City. "I don't know what he's doing," Yu Mingkong explained. Gu Changa didn't tell her, so she wouldn't ask. And according to her understanding of Gu Changa might have gone to ancient Dao, Celestial City to scheme against someone. In any case, he was full of evil tricks and thought about stealing all kinds of opportunities all day long. However, Yu Mingkong was a little confused. Why was it that Gu Xian didn't have much hatred on his face when he mentioned Gu Changa, but was very calm and even a little disappointed? She caught this subtle expression. Gu Xian was actually a little disappointed because he didn't see Gu Changa. What exactly happened? Shouldn't Gu Xian hate Gu Changa to the bone? Yu Mingkong suddenly couldn't figure it out. But very quickly, she stopped thinking about it and continued. "Actually, I've already heard about what happened that year. Gu Changa did go overboard, but in the future, I will think of a way to protect you. Gu Changa is a very dangerous person. You can't imagine what he's capable of. Before you're sure, don't get into a conflict with him." This could be considered as some of the persuasive information she could reveal for now. As for whether Gu Xian believed it or not, that was her own business. Hearing this, Gu Xian was a little confused. Yu Mingkong came to find her just to talk about this, but she could still feel Yu Mingkong's good intentions. "I understand. Thank you for your good intentions. But I'm still a little confused. Aren't you Gu Changa's fiancé? Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "That's not why. I can only do my best to make up for the guilt and uneasiness in my heart." Yu Mingkong heard this, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered. "I'll help him pay for the evil he did." Hearing this, Gu Xian couldn't help but be stunned. She fell silent. She didn't doubt the truth of Yu Mingkong's words. In fact, she was a little shocked. How much did she love someone to say something like that to help him pay for the evil he did? Speaking of which, Yu Mingkong was a pitiful person. Thinking of this, Gu Xian's cold expression faded. It wasn't that she couldn't feel other people's good intentions. Then Yu Mingkong smiled and took the initiative to chat with Gu Xian. Some things couldn't be stopped once they started talking, especially when she found out about Gu Xian's hobbies. For a moment, Gu Xian even felt like she had found a confidant. But in the course of their conversation, they couldn't help but talk about Gu Changa. In particular, Gu Xian kept asking Gu Changa what he was doing. Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before she came to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, what happened between Gu Changa and Gu Xian? Why didn't Gu Xian's attitude be as hostile as she thought it would be? Instead, she kept asking about Gu Changa. Of course, this kind of question couldn't be asked casually. After all, it involved some secret matters. And just as the two of them were chatting, the void in the distance became blurry and there was a wave of fluctuation. Head Elder walked out with an ugly expression. He saw Yu Mingkong at a glance. He didn't have a good expression towards Gu Changa's fiancé. Master. Gu Xianer said respectfully. Greetings, Head Elder. Yu Mingkong also stood up and greeted. After all, she was trespassing here without permission. She felt a little abrupt. Of course, she trusted Head Elder's character and wouldn't blame her for such a small matter. Xianer broke through to the Marquis realm? Very good, very good. Much faster than Gu Changa back then. Head Elder noticed Gu Xianer's realm and couldn't help but feel gratified. This relieved his gloomy mood. Then he looked at Yu Mingkong and nodded. Where's Gu Changa? Where is he? Yu Mingkong's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Changa isn't in the sect right now. He went to ancient Dao, Celestial City to deal with some matters. In front of outsiders, she didn't directly call Gu Changa by his name, because this would make her relationship with Gu Changa seem distant, and it would make Gu Changa lose face. Even if Gu Changa wasn't here, she still seemed to be very protective of him in these small details. Gu Xianer noticed this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, she was so considerate in terms of etiquette. Head Elder wasn't surprised. Gu Changa definitely didn't want to come here and look at his face. It just so happened that he didn't want to look at Gu Changa's face either. However, some things still had to be faced. Head Elder pondered for a while and said, Then this old man will go to the Supreme Peak and wait for his return. With that, he flung his robe and the void in front of him blurred. A passage appeared. Head Elder took the lead and walked in. Seeing this, Gu Xian naturally did not want to continue to stay on the mountain peak. After all, she had been on the mountain peak for so long and she was almost bored to death. Then, she followed Yu Mingkong and entered the mountain peak. The spatial passage soon disappeared. Supreme Peak. Inside the palace, Gu Changa paced with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep, and his face carried a bit of contemplation. He had just returned from the ancient Dao domain. Yin Mei helped him find many good cultivation resources during this period of time. She was locked up in the dungeon, so he took the time to make a trip there. Now his true cultivation had also broken through to the heavenly god realm, and not the half-step heavenly god realm from before. The difference of half a step was not just a little bit. Below the heavenly god realm, all were ants. This sentence wasn't said for nothing. For a heavenly god realm existence, it was enough to look down on true gods and other existences. Casually swatting them to death, it was boundlessly powerful. Gu Changa himself was a young paragon and had endless means. If he really unleashed his full power, ordinary divine kings would be no match for him. Of course, Gu Changa was naturally very satisfied with this kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed. It was even faster than him adding points. The immortal devouring demonic technique was indeed a taboo demonic technique. It lived up to the word taboo and the terrifying consequences one had to bear. It could devour origins, cultivation, essence spirits, and so on for one's own use. Together with the corresponding secret technique, it could be refined with the great Tao treasure bottle. It could ensure that all kinds of energy would not conflict and create chaos and accidents. After all, the immortal devouring demonic technique could only be considered a cultivation method, not a real technique. It was similar to the kind that Gu Changa added points, but it required various origins as nourishment to stack. In addition to the increase in cultivation, Yin Mei had also been monitoring the movements of the White Tiger young master, Bai Lai, for Gu Changa. She noticed that Bai Lai had left the ancient Dao domain and was heading to another ancient city in the immeasurable heaven. Gu Changa guessed that Yi Ling should be there. Of course, he didn't alert the enemy. The inheritance of the ancient heavenly venerate of samsara naturally wouldn't fall into the hands of a mere Yiling. Moreover, as the son of Providence, the benefits and opportunities on Yiling were definitely not as simple as the ancient heavenly venerate's inheritance. Now, Guchanga was in the dark while Yiling was in the light. It was actually very easy to deal with him. However, Guchanga considered that Yuminkong, as someone who had been reborn, should definitely know more about opportunities than Yiling. Moreover, she should also know about Yiling's future development trajectory. Foresight was the greatest cheat. Ignoring Yuminkong to care about a mere Yiling was like throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Yuminkong, that fellow. I just went out for a while. Why is she not here when I return? Guchanga frowned. Yuminkong was not at the Supreme Peak now. He couldn't figure out where she would go at this time. Could it be that she had secretly run to the depths of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals when he left the mountain gate? Or was she thinking of a way to kill Yiling? He couldn't be bothered to ask the other disciples. She should have gone to look for Gu Xian'er. Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly. That was possible. Speaking of which, Gu Xian'er and Yuminkong both wanted to kill him. It wouldn't be a problem for the two of them to join forces. He didn't take it to heart. The two of them wouldn't be able to do much even if they joined forces. The recent events in the immortal ancient continent were his main concern. Guchanga, suddenly there was a fluctuation outside the palace. A space passage appeared. The great elder's expression was slightly gloomy as he walked out of it. Gu Xian'er and Yuminkong followed behind him. "Oh, great elder, why have you come to the Supreme Peak?" Guchanga glanced around and asked calmly. He had already guessed the great elder's intentions. It definitely had something to do with the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. All the elders had been discussing this matter recently. Of course, he knew about it, and it was very likely that Yuminkong had gone to look for Gu Xian'er to discuss how to deal with him. Coincidentally, the great elder had just finished his discussion and brought the two of them over. He had already expected that the great elder would come to him for help today. Guchanga was calm and collected. He wasn't anxious at all. Even if the great elder was unwilling, he would have no choice but to follow his orders today. "Do I need your permission to come to the Supreme Peak?" Seeing Guchanga's expression, the great elder's expression darkened. He was faintly angry. He had cultivated for so many years. His state of mind had long reached the point where he wouldn't be happy with external things or sad for himself. However, he was repeatedly angered by Guchanga. This made the great elder wonder if there was something wrong with his state of mind cultivation. Of course not. But if there's nothing else, great elder, please go back. I have something to discuss with Minkong. It's not very convenient to have an outsider here. Guchanga downplayed the situation and directly asked the great elder to leave. Chapter 111. They had just arrived at Wushang Peak, and Guchanga was already ready to chase them away, and he even said that it was inconvenient. Hearing this, great elder's veins were almost visible on his forehead. The sky above Wushang Peak started to darken, as if there were thousands of miles of dark clouds about to fall, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. All the disciples were frightened. Their faces were pale, and their legs were weak, as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Gu Xian'er and Yuminkong's expressions also changed slightly, as they were shocked by this pressure. After all, Great Elder was famous countless years ago, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Just the change in his mood could trigger terrifying changes in various starfields. Countless stars trembled and rustled, as if they were about to fall. Who would dare to provoke the Great Elder in such a manner? That would be suicidal. However, Guchanga didn't care at all, as if he didn't feel this terrifying pressure. His expression was calm, and he said with a faint smile, "Is Great Elder trying to intimidate me? Or are you trying to use Minkong or Xian'er to threaten me? If that's the case, I think you've miscalculated." Guchanga, you great elder was almost driven mad by Gu Changa and wanted to slap him to death, but at this time he could only suppress it. This was the first time he wanted to slap someone to death. So much. Master. Gu Xian hurriedly persuaded, afraid that great elder would be angered by Gu Changa. After all, even she was often angered by Gu Changa. Gu Changa was full of evil tricks, and with just a few words, he had angered great elder to this extent. But he still looked indifferent and didn't care at all. This made Gu Xian's eyes emit a cold light, as if she wanted to pierce Gu Changa with a sharp knife and settle old grudges together. Gu Changa, shut up. Her little face was cold, and killing intent filled the air as she held the jade sword in her hand. Strand after strand of hazy radiance appeared on its surface. Symbols shone resplendently, and terrifying sword radiance swirled about. Yu Mingkong also wanted to persuade him, but she gave up when she thought that Gu Changa wouldn't listen to her. If he really angered the Grand Elder, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Even so, the Great Elder would likely not have the guts to kill Gu Changa. At any rate, the longevity Gu family was not something to be scoffed at. In the upper planes, there were few Tao orthodoxies who would casually offend the longevity Gu family. No matter how special the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace was, they would not dare to do such a thing. I was wondering where Xian got the guts to yell at me. So it's because you've broken through? Are you here to take revenge on me? Seeing the first elder's expression, Gu Changa was still as calm as ever as he sneered. He turned to look at Gu Xian, and said calmly, Gu Changa. Gu Xian frowned. She couldn't stand Gu Changa's disdainful attitude. She had already broken through to the Marquis realm, but Gu Changa didn't seem to care at all. Moreover, Gu Changa didn't seem to care about her arrival. Wasn't his previous actions because he felt guilty and wanted to make up for what happened in the past? Why did he change his attitude so quickly after such a short period of time? Gu Xian's cold and aloof personality made it impossible for her to ask Gu Changa what his motive was. She could only stare at him coldly. At this moment, the first elder forced himself to calm down. He understood that it was not worth getting angry at a junior like Gu Changa. He said, Xian has already broken through to the Marquis realm. With her strength, she might be able to fight you. I promised that I would teach Xian to defeat you. If I can't do that, I will personally make you my successor. Do you still remember that? Of course I remember that. But with this girl's cultivation, does the first elder think she has a chance of winning? She just broke through to the Marquis realm and she wants to defeat me? Or does the first elder think I will go easy on her? Gu Changa let out a light laugh. Anyone could feel his disdain and disdain. The first elder's expression froze. Gu Xian's expression was also cold. She just wanted to punch Gu Changa's smug face. Also, does the first elder think that the successor position is too important? You say it as if I really want it. Even if the first elder gives it to me, I might not want it. Gu Changa's expression didn't change as he continued to speak. In the eyes of the three of them, it was as if he was stubborn and pretended to be obedient after getting a bargain. You want to ask for an exorbitant price? Hearing this, the first elder stared at him. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea of stars, flashed with gloominess. Don't make it sound so bad. Gu Changa shook his head, still looking calm and composed. Can you call it asking for an exorbitant price? The first elder almost laughed at Gu Changa's shameless attitude. What an exorbitant price! Gu Changa, you have really opened my eyes. You flatter me, first elder. Gu Changa smiled lightly. Speak, what do you want in order to agree? The first elder stared at him and asked directly. He didn't mention the matter of Gu Xian, fighting with Gu Changa. He originally thought that Gu Changa would say that he would suppress his cultivation to Gu Xian's level and have a fair fight. But this guy obviously didn't have the slightest intention to do so. He didn't even mention it. This made him feel helpless. He couldn't possibly ask Gu Changa to suppress his cultivation on his own accord. And with Gu Changa's craftiness and treachery, it would be strange if he agreed. This made the first elder feel depressed. He was completely under Gu Changa's control. He had no other choice but to agree to Gu Changa's request. From beginning to end, he was led by the nose by a junior. This was the first time the first elder had encountered such a situation in his countless years of cultivation. Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded and finally showed a satisfied expression. He said, "My request is very simple. The position of the future palace lord, plus a favor from the first elder. This favor includes anything within your power, and you can't refuse. But the first elder can rest assured that this favor won't involve anything that will make things difficult for you." Seeing that Gu Changa didn't even think about it, the first elder's expression darkened. Obviously, Gu Changa had anticipated all of this and had thought of his request long ago. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate and a chill run down his spine. This young man was too scary. This was not the terror of his cultivation, but of his ability to calculate, predict, and control everything. "This old man agrees to your request," said the old man. The first elder didn't think for long. Since this was something that Gu Changa had thought about, he obviously wouldn't back down so easily. Besides agreeing, he had no other choice. Most importantly, among the requests that Gu Changa made, there was nothing difficult for him to fulfill, whether it was the position of the future palace lord or a favor from him. Even if Gu Changa became the upper palace lord, what could he do? The palace lord was like water. The first elder was made of iron. This sentence was circulated among the orthodoxies in the upper realm, and it was not without reason. The first elder is straightforward, but I'll have to ask you to swear on your Tao heart. Gu Changa smiled. His change of expression was so fast that Yu Mingkong and Gu Xian didn't know what to say. "What this old man has promised, I will naturally do. Don't tell me you still doubt this old man." The veins on the first elder's forehead throbbed again. Gu Changa could always easily control his anger among the orthodoxies, who would doubt his character. However, Gu Changa repeatedly said the same thing, which made the first elder so angry that his veins were throbbing. "If you don't doubt me, why would I ask you to swear an oath?" Gu Changa said with a smile, but it was as if he was looking at a fool. You're pissing me off." At this moment, the first elder couldn't help but be stunned. When he realized what Gu Changa said, his beard was almost crooked from anger. He almost slapped Gu Changa. "Gu Changa!" Seeing that the first elder was about to explode, Gu Xian couldn't help but shout coldly. Her small face was covered in frost and filled with murderous intent. "I swear on my Tao heart that if I go back on what I said today, I'll be struck to death by the chaos heavenly thunder. My soul will be destroyed and my true spirit will be annihilated. I won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Then the first elder turned around and waved his sleeves. He instantly disappeared and left the place. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from slapping Gu Changa to death. If it was anyone else with a bad temper, they would definitely turn this place into ashes. There was no other possibility. Gu Changa dared to be so fearless because he knew that the first elder wouldn't dare to attack him. After the first elder left, the smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared. He looked at Yu Mingkong and Gu Xian in front of him with interest. Yu Mingkong was very familiar with him. She instantly knew that he was up to no good. She said that she would protect Gu Xian. So without thinking, she subconsciously stood in front of Gu Xian. "Oh, Mingkong, what do you mean by this? Are you standing in front of Xian? Are you going to protect her? You're a good sister-in-law." Asking for fresh flowers, Gu Changa looked at her with a deep gaze. Yu Mingkong felt a chill down her spine. She remembered Gu Changa's cold and heartless appearance in her previous life. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be destroyed by him. Just when Yu Mingkong was a little dazed, Gu Xian walked over from behind her. Sister Mingkong, don't worry about me. Her face was cold and her expression was cold. She stared at Gu Changa and said, Gu Changa, let's settle the grudge between us today. Gu Changa looked down on her time and time again. Even after breaking through to the Marquis realm, he was still the same. She, who had a strong self-esteem, couldn't stand it at all. When Gu Changa was her age, he was only a holy lord. Why did he look down on her? And the most important thing was that Gu Changa's attitude towards her was completely different from what it had been before. Gu Xian was not used to this and felt uncomfortable. He clearly felt guilty and was ready to make up for what happened in the past. Now he was indifferent to her. Gu Xian, who had been thinking about whether there was any reason or secret behind what happened in the past, couldn't stand it. It was like she was thinking too much. Gu Changa's attitude was like he was treating her as a toy to be bullied. When he remembered something, he would bully her. When he couldn't remember, he would throw her aside and be indifferent. Settle the grudge of the past. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. Then his expression turned cold. Gu Xian, you don't really think you have a chance, do you? Gu Changa. Yu Mingkong frowned. At this time, she didn't know how to persuade him. Gu Changa definitely couldn't kill Gu Xian now, but it would be easy for him to make her suffer a little. But Gu Xian couldn't listen to her now. Chi, a sword light came from the void. It was dazzling like a river of stars. There were runes evolving in it. It fell from the sky, one after another. It was incomparably dazzling. Gu Xian made her move. Her first move was a powerful sword Dao divine skill. The power she displayed had already surpassed the level of a Marquis realm cultivator. She was very confident. It wasn't without reason. When she was in the Marquis realm, she could totally fight against an Emperor realm prodigy. Clang! A crisp sound exploded in the void. It was like a fire appeared. But in the next moment, Gu Xian's pupils shrank. She was in disbelief. The sword chi that filled the sky was blocked by Gu Changa's palm. Divine intent surged in it. It was like a huge millstone. The mana waves were extremely vast. It blocked it instantly. At the same time, Gu Changa's expression was cold. His actions were simple. He stretched out 2 fingers. They were slow but clear. With a buzz, he caught her sword. This finger was like being suppressed by 100,000 boulders. It contained terrifying power. It directly caused fine cracks to appear on her jade sword. She couldn't break free at all. How? Gu Xian was a little shocked. Although she was slender, her physical strength was comparable to some of the immemorial great beasts. She was far stronger than her peers. But now, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free of Gu Changa's hand. Wang. At this moment, a dazzling immortal intent surged from her body. It was like her immortal bones were revived. Immortal light filled the air. The sound of the great Tao reverberated. It was dazzling to the extreme. Gu Xian shouted out. Gu Changa's expression was calm. Kacha! The crystal-clear jade sword finally couldn't withstand this wave. It started to crack and was about to collapse. What a foolish sister! Gu Changa shook his head. His expression didn't change at all. He opened his palm. It was like a universe was closing in. It could envelop thousands of realms. Boom! The vast wave was incomparably turbulent. As his palm fell, Gu Xian's face turned pale. Her immortal bones were being suppressed. Then, with unwillingness and unwillingness, she was pressed to the ground by Gu Changa's palm. The gap between the two was too big. It wasn't something that talent could make up for. You want to kill me when you just broke through to the Marquis realm. Gu Xian, are you arrogant? Or do you think I can't lift my blade? Gu Changa's expression was calm. He walked over and squatted down. He didn't care about the cold and unwilling expression on her face. He directly pinched her nose. Gu Xian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Chapter 112. Breaking through to the Marquis realm made you so arrogant? Or is it because I haven't bullied you for so many days that you're itching for beating? Gu Xian, don't tell me that you want to become the master? With a playful smile, Gu Chang'e squatted down and pinched Gu Xian's delicate nose, which made Gu Xian gnash her teeth in anger. Her beautiful light brown eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. What did he mean by her arrogance? That she couldn't lift her blade? Although these words sounded strange, it was clear that Gu Chang'e was mocking her. She was about to go crazy from Gu Chang'e's actions. Of course, the main reason was that she was discouraged and unwilling. She had worked so hard to cultivate for so long, sitting cross-legged on the green rock every day, drinking the 9 heavens' morning glow, refining the essence of the sun and moon, and cultivating peerless abilities. What was all this for? What she wanted was to take revenge one day and rub that hateful face of Gu Chang'e's into the ground. She wanted him to regret his actions and the endless pain he had caused her. Just now, she was so aggressive and confident. She felt that she had already broken through to the Marquis realm and could not find anyone in the same generation who could match her. After all, she had reached a level that Gu Chang'e could not achieve at this age. What right did he have to look down on her and not care about her? Therefore, Gu Xian only wanted to prove that she was stronger than Gu Chang'e. She wanted to defeat him and end the enmity of the past. But she didn't expect that before she could show her most powerful strength, she would be easily suppressed to the ground by Gu Chang'e's palm. This slap to the face was too fast. This made Gu Xian unwilling, depressed, sullen, distressed, and discouraged. In short, she had mixed feelings. She only wanted to use her own strength to defeat Gu Chang'e. She did not want to rely on the treasures her masters gave her. But if Gu Chang'e wanted to kill her, she would not allow herself to be captured. Thinking of this, Gu Xian's eyes became as cold as a sword. He glared at Gu Chang'e as if he wanted to poke a bloody hole in him. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose in terms of spirit, especially in terms of momentum. This sentence was also told to her by her third master. Gu Chang'e, don't be so smug. Right now, your realm is higher than mine. Once my realm catches up, I'll definitely suppress you. At that time, I'll return all the humiliation I've suffered today to you, Gu Xian said coldly. So why don't you catch up? With your current ability, you want to kill me for revenge? Gu Xian, aren't you overthinking things? At this moment, Gu Chang'e's clear yet indifferent voice once again reached Gu Xian's ears, high and mighty, with a hint of casual contempt. This caused her to be slightly stunned. Then, she was so angry that she simply gritted her teeth. But that giant hand formed by the divine ability was still suppressing her, making her unable to struggle. Then, her nose was tightly pinched by Gu Chang'e. This made her almost go crazy. She was in despair. Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. I'll kill you. Gu Xian shouted angrily, gritting her teeth. At this moment, she was like an angry kitten. I gave you a chance to kill me for revenge, but you didn't cherish it. Gu Xian, what you said really disappoints me. Gu Chang'e's expression was also very indifferent. At this moment, in Gu Xian's eyes, he was as cold as a celestial being from the 9th heaven, without a trace of emotion. Gu Xian's head buzzed. Then she was a little stunned, disappointed in her. Why would he be disappointed in her? She couldn't beat him and was casually suppressed by him. Shouldn't he be happy? What did Gu Chang'e mean? Did he want her to cultivate and kill him? Gu Xian couldn't understand. She stared at Gu Chang'e with wide eyes. But Gu Chang'e didn't say anything more. In his opinion, Gu Xian was just itching for a beating. Her cold personality was so good, but she just had to be a little arrogant. She also liked to provoke him. He couldn't help but want to bully her. Wasn't it better to just cultivate a great elder's place and honestly improve her strength and realm? Not only did she think about all kinds of nonsense all day long, but she also looked as if she had done something bad and hated him. although the blame for digging out the bones was placed on his head. But at that time his body was controlled by the demonic nature. In the end, it wasn't his intention. If the system had awakened earlier and solved the problem of the demonic nature suppression, Gu Changa naturally wouldn't have dug out the bones. He had a better and more advantageous method. Gu Xian wanted revenge and to kill him. The fact that Gu Changa didn't want to kill her was already the greatest kindness. Until now, he was still plotting this. It was just that he didn't have time to care about her recently. He threw her at Great Elder's place and gave her a lot of cultivation time. He also provoked Great Elder to teach her carefully. Gu Changa was just short of directly giving her opportunities and benefits. But this girl still had a silly look on her face. She didn't look stupid. How could she do such a thing? Was it because he didn't care about her for so long that she felt neglected? Was she throwing a tantrum? Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind. But since she took the initiative to come to him, then he would teach her a lesson. At the same time, he would let her know the difference between heaven and earth. Otherwise, when he broke through his realm soon, he would become arrogant and conceited again. Today is a small punishment. If there is a next time, I will directly throw you under the latrine pit and suppress you for 3 to 5 years. Then Gu Changa opened his mouth again with a calm expression. Pa. Then, accompanied by such a sound, Gu Xian was suddenly stunned. She didn't dare to believe it. Then, her little face suddenly turned red. She was simply embarrassed and furious. In all her life, this was the first time someone dared to hit her like this. And it was Gu Changa, the person she hated the most. Gu Changa! Seeing the scene, Yu Mingkong was also a little stunned. Although Gu Changa's attitude towards Gu Xian was a little strange, it was naturally good that he didn't have any killing intent. As an older brother, it wasn't a problem for him to teach his disobedient younger sister a lesson. But she was already so old. Spanking her but was a little too much. But since it was Gu Changa, this was a very light punishment. It couldn't be considered too much. After all, Gu Changa didn't have any killing intent. That was already something to be thankful for. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them here. Otherwise, if word got out, Gu Xian would be embarrassed to death. Xian! She was about to say something when she saw Gu Xian go berserk. Gu Changa, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fight it out with you. Gu Xian gritted her teeth. Her face was as cold as ice. She couldn't wait to chop off Gu Changa's hand. But Gu Changa played it down and didn't seem to care. You want to kill me for revenge? Then show me what you've got. Don't make me look down on you. Then he shook his head with a regretful and disappointed expression. He got up and prepared to return to the palace. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from Gu Xian. Her face was as cold as ice. She took out a pitch-black broadsword. Her murderous aura filled the sky. The broadsword light on it was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if it was going to tear apart the sky and cut the dome of heaven. In an instant, this pitch-black broadsword appeared in the sky. Many terrifying phenomena appeared. The blood of a great emperor, the death of a perfected immortal, and the collapse of the universe. The power contained in it was too terrifying. It was like a broadsword that could destroy the world. It had an unparalleled power, vast and surging. What is that? It's so scary. What happened on Wushang Peak? That's where true Disciple Gu is. Could it be that someone is fighting there? At this moment, the countless disciples of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace were all shocked. They appeared on their own mountain peaks and divine islands, watching from the distance with incomparable horror. They looked in that direction and were stunned by that terrifying black broadsword. Even their souls were trembling. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. This kind of divine power had even surpassed the Saint Realm. It could easily destroy the world. Especially the disciples of Wushang Peak, they felt it the most directly. Their minds were under a terrifying pressure. It was unbearable. They almost suffocated. Who would have thought that Gu Xian could take out such a thing so easily? Power that surpasses the Saint Realm. How could Gu Xian have such a thing? If it weren't for her lack of strength, its power would be even more terrifying. Many elders appeared and frowned in the sky. They considered themselves as old monsters, but they also felt their hearts palpitate. Even though Gu Xian was young, her background was absolutely astonishing. No wonder the great elder treated her like this. They had investigated Gu Xian's background and knew that she was related to the everlasting Gu clan. However, they didn't know much about other things. Seeing this terrifying broadsword radiance, they couldn't help but sink into silence. They were even more curious about Gu Xian's background. Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian have quite a bit of conflict. However, as the inheritor of an everlasting family, Gu Chang'e shouldn't fear this broadsword radiance. However, he will definitely suffer a bit. They couldn't help but comment as they watched the scene on Wushang Peak. An old monster's broadsword radiance. He actually gave this little girl this kind of thing. Gu Chang'e is courting death and asking for trouble. Don't blame this old man. In the void, the great elder had already calmed down. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Seeing this scene on Wushang Peak, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He was a bit happy. It wasn't easy to see Gu Chang'e's defeated appearance. It made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he drank cold spring water on a hot day. His entire body was comfortable. In his opinion, even if Gu Chang'e didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, Gu Xian was currently in a berserk state. He directly took out this pitch-black broadsword. It was a bit like meeting gods, meeting Buddha, killing Buddha. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, no matter how many tricks he had, he would still lose a layer of skin. However, in the next moment, the great elder's expression couldn't help but stiffen. He frowned as if he had seen a ghost. There weren't many things in this world that could shock him. Outside the palace, when Gu Xian took out the black broadsword, Gu Chang'e had already noticed it. He had already expected this. His expression was calm. He turned around, looking at this broadsword. Don't! Yu Mingkong's expression changed slightly. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. It was with great difficulty that Gu Chang'e didn't have the intention to kill Gu Xian. But if Gu Xian really did so, it would be equivalent to tearing apart all pretense of cordiality. It would reveal the enmity between the two. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. With Gu Xian's current ability, if he really did tear apart all pretense of cordiality with Gu Chang'e, she had no chance of resisting at all, unless she went back to Peach Village to hide or asked for help from her master. Yu Mingkong wasn't worried about Gu Chang'e because she knew that Gu Chang'e had endless tricks up his sleeve. It was hard to imagine that Gu Xian's attack wouldn't be able to kill him. Right now, she was only worried that the situation would be difficult to clean up. At this time, Gu Xian, who had reacted, felt a bit of regret. Just now, she was completely blinded by anger. Without thinking, she took out the black broadsword that her master gave her, wanting to chop Gu Chang'e into minced meat. This was not in line with her original intention of defeating Gu Chang'e fair and square. Moreover, Gu Chang'e only bullied and taught her a lesson. He didn't kill her. But now, it was too late for her to stop. Gu Xian quickly withdrew the too power in the black broadsword. But how could she withdraw the terrifying aftermath? Just the sharp blade aura alone was enough to pierce through everything and cut through mountains and seas. Buzz! The void trembled. Many runes flashed explosively, as if they were about to fill the sky. Gu Chang'e, get out of the way! At this moment, Gu Xian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She hurriedly shouted at Gu Chang'e. She was the one who attacked just now, but she was also the one who made Gu Chang'e dodge. This made her very conflicted. She didn't want to defeat Gu Chang'e in this way at all. However, when she heard this, Gu Chang'e, who turned around and stopped in front of the palace, was very calm. He looked at her attack and didn't even have a trace of resistance. He didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. The expression on his face was so calm that it made Gu Xianer panic. "I'll return this attack to you first," Gu Changa said casually. Then he quietly watched as the saber split open, falling from his shoulder and directly across half of his body. The terrible pain was almost tearing his body apart, but his expression was calm. He didn't even frown. Soon blood spurted out. One of the bones contained the runes of the Great Tao. It was unusually bright and looked very mysterious. Under this slash, a cracking sound could be heard, and fine cracks appeared on it. Yu Mingkong looked at this scene and was shocked. She couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Gu Changa to do nothing and just watch Gu Xian attack. With his ability, if he wanted to resist, he could definitely do it. Chapter 113. Why didn't Gu Changa dodge? What was he thinking? Returning this blow first? Was it to pay back the grudge of digging out his bone? Yu Mingkong's mind went blank. At this moment, she did not know what to do. Looking at the moment when the knife cut through Gu Changa's body, she was stunned. Then, she could not help but feel her heart tighten, as if it was being gripped by something. She really hated Gu Changa. She hated his coldness and ruthlessness, but she still could not bear to see this scene. Which normal person could bear this kind of pain? But Gu Changa's expression was extremely calm. He did not even frown. Sigh. Yu Mingkong's heart was also in chaos because of this blow. She sighed and could not bear to watch anymore. She moved her head away. This was the grudge between Gu Changa and Gu Xian. She could not interfere, nor did she have the right to interfere. Gu Changa, what are you thinking? In this life, I can't see through you. Did you really change your mind and want to make up for it, or did you have other plans? But how did he know that Gu Xian would suddenly stop? What if he guessed wrong? This blow would be the end of his life. Is he gambling with his life, and it's only to pay back the grudge of digging out his bone? Yu Mingkong's white hands held onto her sleeves. There was a bit of melancholy on her picturesque face. Her usual cold and dignified expression had long disappeared. She felt that she needed to calm down and think about the recent events. Hiss! This is a ruthless person. In the void, the various elders saw all this and could not help but feel their eyebrows twitch. They gasped and looked at Gu Changa with eyes full of shock and disbelief. In any case, they knew that they could not be so ruthless. Gu Changa did not evade at all and directly took the blow. If Gu Xian did not withdraw a large amount of mana at the critical moment, this blow would have shaved the entire Wushang Peak into ruins. Gu Changa, this old man has underestimated you. In the void, the Grand Elder who was watching all of this sighed. Although he didn't have a good impression of Gu Changa, he still admired Gu Changa a little. In terms of methods and other aspects, this was definitely a person who was going to achieve great things. No one knew how far he would go in the future. Looking at the younger generation, there was indeed no one who could compare to him. Even he couldn't see through it. Gu Changa, you, in front of the palace. Gu Xianer was completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Changa could have dodged it. He had already retracted most of his mana. But why didn't he dodge? Why didn't they resist? And he even said that he would return this stab to him first? If he hadn't stopped just now, wouldn't he have died here? Why? What was the reason for all this? Or could it be that this was his true motive? Her head was a mess. Gu Changa's calm eyes made Gu Xianer very anxious. He couldn't calm down at all. He could scold himself, glare at himself angrily, call himself despicable and shameless, and take advantage of the chaos just now. But Gu Changa didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. This made Gu Xianer even more uneasy. It was as if she had done something wrong. Did she almost kill Gu Changa by accident just now? Now Gu Xianer's head was full of buzzing sounds. He was stunned on the spot. So much so that she didn't even know when Gu Changa pulled out the stab from his body and when he left without a word. Gu Xianer suddenly felt like she had lost her soul. Her cold little face was incomparably blank. Yu Mingkong saw this and sighed. She went over to comfort him. But today's matter actually made her very confused. She never would have thought and couldn't understand at all. The moment he returned to the palace, the calm expression on Gu Changa's face disappeared. The terrifying pain made him frown slightly. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he revealed a strange smile. The reason he did that just now was naturally to act out a trick of self-injury. After all, if he wanted Gu Xianer to completely trust him, he had to take that stab. Otherwise, with his methods, it would have been very easy for him to escape unscathed. No matter how strong Gu Xianer's talent and weapon were, she was just a small marquis cultivator now. Not to mention that she was soft-hearted just now. Facing her biggest enemy, she actually held back and withdrew her mana. But this was also within Gu Changa's expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't joke around with his own life. Seeing this, Gu Changa roughly knew why Yu Mingkong went to Gu Xianer. Presumably, in the timeline she experienced, Gu Xianer's ending was very tragic. 2 main character templates, but she probably couldn't win against his demonic body. With this kind of personality, she couldn't achieve anything great. What a stupid little girl. How can you escape from my hands like this? Gu Changa then shook his head and scanned his current injury. The blood gushing out of the wound had already stopped. His body was very strong. In just a short while, the wound had already begun to heal. That black long sword had a strange aura that could destroy life. But under Gu Changa's forbidden demonic technique, this aura was quickly swallowed up by the black Dao talisman scripts that appeared. It didn't affect him. With this injury, he would be able to heal as good as new in a short time. But Gu Changa wasn't in a hurry to do so. Buzz! He secretly channeled his mana. The wound that had already healed split open again. Fresh blood flowed out again. It looked even more terrifying. It was as if there was a layer of strange power that was stopping this process. Gu Changa nodded in satisfaction. Since it was a trick of self-injury, he naturally had to complete it. He couldn't waste the good opportunity that Gu Xianer had provided for him. He looked at the terrible wound on his body. He had almost been cut open by that sword. Even many of his bones had cracked. Of course, the bone of Dao wasn't that weak. Although that black sword was very strange, it wasn't to the extent that it could release such great power in Gu Xianer's hands. This was just Gu Changa's superficial trick. Soon, the bone of Dao shone with dense talisman scripts. The cracks quickly healed and disappeared. After all, this bone of Dao, he still had other purposes. He was still waiting for Gu Xianer to personally dig it out. He still left this for Gu Xianer. The many miraculous abilities and talents of the bone of Dao had long been imprinted in his heart. It was contained by the demonic heart. To Gu Changa, it was the same whether he had this bone or not. But when he thought of this, Gu Changa felt that although this sword was very painful, it was still very worth it. It was also thanks to his strong willpower. In addition, his primordial spirit was hard to destroy. He didn't reveal any flaws. Then Gu Changa noticed the sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall. His expression changed slightly. It was Yu Mingkong, who had sent Gu Xianer away and returned. "Are you okay?" Yu Mingkong asked with a complicated expression. At the same time, there was a trace of concern. She wasn't as cold and indifferent as usual. Looking at Gu Changa's terrible injuries, she couldn't help but soften. Her tone was much gentler. Although she had been living with Gu Changa on Wushang Peak these few days, they were together day and night. But their relationship didn't improve at all. She didn't have a good attitude towards Gu Changa. The two of them had already fallen out. There was no need to feign civility. Gu Changa had many things to deal with, so he couldn't be bothered to care about her. On the other hand, Yanji appeared from time to time. She looked like both a maid and a follower. She was in charge of Gu Changa's daily life. Yu Mingkong couldn't stand this. Her heart was uncomfortable. She couldn't wait to cut Yanji with her sword. Yanji's strength was very strong. Although she looked very young, in fact, She already had the cultivation of the great sage realm. This made Yu Mingkong feel helpless. She also didn't have a good attitude towards Gu Changa. She thought that he had changed some time ago, but he changed to be good to other women? What was this? If it wasn't for her state of mind cultivation, and the experience of her previous life made her understand that there was no need to fight for this kind of thing, she definitely couldn't help but make a move on Yanji. But Gu Changa's actions today made Yu Mingkong feel disappointed, confused, puzzled, and at a loss for a moment. Many of the things she experienced in her previous life reappeared in this life. But something unexpected happened with Gu Changa. Did that mean that Gu Changa was actually a variable? She could try to change Gu Changa, but she couldn't change the tragedy of her previous life. Yu Mingkong felt that it was necessary to try. She knew Gu Changa very well, but in fact, she had never really understood him thoroughly. What had he experienced before? Why was he so calm in the face of this kind of pain that ordinary people would have fainted from? It made people panic. A hateful person naturally had a pitiful side. Perhaps Gu Changa had always been hiding a secret that she didn't know. It's okay. Mingkong, you actually care about your husband. Your husband is a little flattered. Gu Changa glanced at Yu Mingkong and said with a casual smile. As he spoke, he began to rummage through the divine medicine and spirit pills in his storage ring, looking as if he was trying to heal his injuries. His expression was calm and composed. If one didn't look at the injuries on his body, it wouldn't be a big deal. But with this kind of terrifying injury, which was so deep that his bones could be seen, it was especially awkward and shocking. Yu Mingkong also didn't expect that Gu Changa would still be teasing her at this time. She couldn't help but be silent for a moment, and then said indifferently, Xian Er's blade contains destructive power. Normal healing pills are useless. Destructive power could destroy life and prevent wounds from healing. Even a physique with strong life force would suffer this kind of torture. Is that so? I was wondering why it was so difficult to heal. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked a little enlightened, but he still looked like he didn't care too much. Then, Shin Shi 577 began to emit from his body. Rays of multicolored light filled the air and intertwined. His blood and qi turned into a terrifying true dragon, letting out a rumbling sound. This kind of powerful and terrifying blood and qi was like a giant furnace standing between heaven and earth. Yu Mingkong also had to admit that Gu Changa's strength was really ridiculously strong. This kind of blood and qi power was the result of him hiding a trump card, but it was still so vast. But soon, Gu Changa frowned. Strand after strand of divine light descended, wanting to heal his injuries. However, when they came into contact, they directly broke apart. It is indeed a little strange. These injuries won't heal in a short time. He sighed, slightly, seeming a little helpless. At this time, an elegant fragrance wafted over. Don't waste your time. Force out the destructive power first. Otherwise, the wounds will never heal. Yu Mingkong shook her head slightly and walked over. Her expression was cold, but there was also a hint of heartache. Then she took out an embroidered handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood around Gu Changa's wounds. Since when did Mingkong care so much about your husband? Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh, as if he was a little surprised that Yu Mingkong would do this. Yu Mingkong's expression was cold, but she also said casually you just didn't feel it before. At this time, Gu Changa also seemed a little stunned. Then he sighed faintly and didn't say anything. Yu Mingkong immediately caught this slight change in mood. She frowned. Gu Changa, why are you sighing? Nothing. Gu Changa smiled casually. After all, I'm a person without a heart. It's normal that I can't feel it. It sounded very silly, but before this, he really didn't have a normal heart. There was nothing wrong with saying that. In any case, all the blame was thrown to the demon heart. This was a solution that Gu Changa had thought of long ago. The demon heart was his biggest secret besides the taboo demonic art. It seemed that Yu Mingkong didn't know about it in her previous life. It seemed that he had to create an opportunity for her to accidentally discover his secret. Gu Changa's expression didn't change, but many thoughts flashed through his mind. You don't have a heart. Yes, your heart is made of iron. It seemed to be a very normal sentence, but Yu Mingkong felt an indescribable emotion from it. She was silent for a while, thinking of many things in her previous life. She couldn't help but sigh faintly, containing an indescribable meaning. Chapter 114. On the second day after Gu Changa was injured by Gu Xian'er, Gu Changa was appointed as the successor by the various elders and the palace master. This was confirmed by the great elder himself. This matter quickly caused a huge commotion in the palace of heavenly immortals. All the disciples were shocked. This was because they knew that the great elder and Gu Changa were not on good terms. The two had even had many disputes previously. The great elder was furious because of this, causing many stars in the outer realms to tremble and almost fall. But at this time he suddenly appointed Gu Changa as the successor. Many disciples could not believe this, but they did not dare to ask about it. Although they were unwilling to accept the fact that he was not the successor, they did not dare to ask. But facing Gu Changa, they did not dare to snatch it. They did not even dare to think about snatching the successor position. Even the group of true disciples chose to avoid Gu Changa. They either went out to train or chose to cultivate in seclusion. What could the remaining inner and outer sect disciples do? Not to mention that Gu Changa had already ruled the palace of heavenly immortals. Even if he was not appointed as the successor, it was just an empty title to him. No one dared to object. And the day before yesterday, Gu Changa seemed to have been injured by his so-called younger sister, Gu Xian'er. He did not appear for an entire day. Gu Xian'er once again caused quite a stir in the palace of heavenly immortals. After all, she was the only disciple who dared to challenge Gu Changa and attack Gu Changa. But many people heard that Gu Changa did not resist and was severely injured. For a time, many people were guessing what grudges Gu Xian'er and Gu Changa had in the past. Gossiping, watching the show, and digging up rumors were all things that people did not get tired of. Gu Xian'er's powerful strength also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, she was the great elder's personal disciple. Her talent on the path of heavenly immortals was not inferior to Gu Changa's. Many people felt that her future was limitless. In the future, she would definitely become a powerful figure in the upper realm. During this period of time, an elder announced that the coronation ceremony for the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace would be held in 7 days. At the same time, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals also informed the various orthodoxies of the upper worlds that they wanted to open up the immortal ancient continent to investigate the mystery behind the appearance of the immortal treasure. When news of this spread, the various orthodoxies and powers of the higher realms were alarmed, including many imperishable great sects, archaic immortal clans, emperor clans, and even long-life families. Even some inheritors of ancient taboos who had not contacted the outside world for a long time were showing signs of coming out. It wasn't just a relic, it was also a secret realm. Back then, a terrifying existence from the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace moved it here from the immortal ancient land. It contained countless opportunities, but at the same time, it also contained countless dangers. Even the elders of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace did not dare to set foot in the area shrouded by the flowing mist. Apart from this, there were quite a few natives and creatures living in immortal ancient continent. They were cut off from the rest of the world. Normally, they were guarded by the Palace of Heavenly Immortals' old antiques. Once the immortal ancient continent opened up, a group of young prodigies would definitely swarm in. Who could predict whether they would live or die inside? Regarding this, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals made a request to the various factions. Each faction could only send 10 young prodigies at most, and they also needed someone to be in charge. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Of course, the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was very fair to the young, independent cultivators. They did not mention any rules, but they could not allow independent cultivators to enter. This was also because the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had no choice but to do this. Now, how many factions disciples were stationed in ancient Tao City? There was no need to say more. However, in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, they had to abide by the palace rules. This action made many cultivators instantly understand that the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had chosen Guchanga as their inheritor to deal with this situation. The Palace of Heavenly Immortals is quite smart. Who in the younger generation has the power and influence of the Gu clan's young master? When the time comes, the younger generation will all gather at the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. There will definitely be a lot of competition, but with the Gu clan's young master around, many people will restrain themselves. This is a very smart move. But that's not necessarily the case. Recently, many young paragons have broken through to the regal emperor realm. I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be no lack of fierce competition. Also, I heard that recently the immemorial Yi clan's inheritor, Yi Langtian, a prodigy known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, was once on par with the Gu clan's young master. He suffered a great loss at the hands of a male from the same clan called Yi Ling. That male from the same clan called Yi Ling's cultivation was not as high as Yi Longtian's at that time, but he was able to fight to a draw with Yi Langtian. It's clear how strong he is. Perhaps that young man called Yi Ling will be able to fight the Gu clan's young master when the time comes. Also, I heard that the prodigy called Yi Ling does indeed intend to challenge the Gu clan's young master. He even said that. I don't know when the two of them became enemies. In ancient Tao City, in a divine watchtower by the street, Yi Langton, who was listening to the cultivators outside, had a slightly gloomy expression. "Brother Gu, I didn't think that this matter would implicate you." He was slightly apologetic as he raised his cup to Gu Changa in front of him. Gu Changa's handsome face was calm and indifferent. He brought the white jade wine cup to his lips, raised it, and drained it in one gulp. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. "He's just a small grasshopper that can be swatted to death. Brother Yi, why are you so concerned?" Seeing that he spoke so casually, the girl in purple beside Yilingtan could not help but nod in agreement. "That's right. Gu Changa is right. Brother, why are you so concerned? Yi Ling is just a branch family member who only knows how to scheme. You're too afraid of him." In her opinion, no matter how strong Yi Ling was, he only relied on a few tricks. If he really faced Yi Langtian head-on, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Langtian. Their statuses could not be compared at all. Even if many sect elders thought highly of Yi Ling, this would not change anything. Yi Langtian was too nervous about this matter. However, she agreed with Gu Changa's words. Yi Ling was just a small grasshopper. No matter how he jumped, he would be swatted to death. Thinking of this, the girl in purple's pretty face showed some indifference. Her eyes curved slightly with a smile. She was Yi Lioli. During this time, she and her brother Yi Langtian had been in ancient Tao Heaven City, waiting for the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace to open the immortal ancient continent. She did not expect to meet Gu Changa today. To be more precise, it was a coincidence to meet Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. Beside Gu Changa, there was a beautiful woman with a lofty and noble aura. Her phoenix-like eyes drooped slightly, but she gave off an indescribable aura of power. She was the crown princess of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. Yi Lioli was a little envious of the relationship between the two. They were like a pair of immortals, sitting there, looking extremely compatible. Especially below the table, she noticed Gu Changa's small movements. Although Yu Mingkong was also drinking, her other hand was gently held in Gu Changa's. Yu Mingkong did not show any abnormality on her face. She was very natural, still exuding a noble and inviolable aura. If they were not very close, how could she let others touch her with such a temperament? Yi Lioli was envious. She had always had some inexplicable feelings for Gu Changa, especially after coming up from the lower realm. However, from the scene before her, she could see that Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong were very close. They were not as harmonious as outsiders thought. Brother Gu's words make sense. However, at first I also thought so. I felt that Yi Ling was not a threat. However, later on, because of this, I suffered a great loss at the hands of Yi Ling. I also don't know why there are such rumors recently. That Yi Ling actually wants to challenge Brother Gu. Hearing this, Yu Langtian shook his head and said, his words seemed sincere, but he also had his own motives. As a member of the same clan and the young master, if he casually attacked Yi Ling, he was afraid that the elders would be impeached and displeased. Coincidentally, Yi Ling had recently announced that he wanted to challenge Gu Changa. This made him think of this method to kill with a borrowed knife. Yi Langtian could become the successor of the Yi clan, so he was naturally not a kind person. Many things were done after careful consideration. Of course, Gu Changa might not care about this, so he could not say much. Oh, according to Brother Yi, that Yi Ling seems to be quite capable. When Gu Changa heard this, his expression still seemed natural. Yi Langtian did not know if he had heard it, so he felt helpless. Yi Ling only has a branch of the Yi clan behind him. It's not easy for him to come this far. Brother Yi, do you know anything? At this moment, Gu Changa suddenly changed the topic and asked calmly, mentioning Yi Ling's background. Gu Changa was not surprised that Yi Ling would spread such rumors. Not only could he ride on his popularity and make a name for himself in one fell swoop, but he could also express his attitude. After all, Yi Ling's sworn brother, Bai Lai, the young master of the White Tiger clan, had suffered a great loss at his hands and was greatly humiliated. Yi Ling had even been attacked by his fiancée Yu Mingkong. If that was the case, it was only natural that Yi Ling would blame him for it. After all, he was the son of destiny and was naturally at odds with him. Moreover, after Yi Ling obtained the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, he became even more arrogant. He did not even care about Yi Langtian, who was as famous as Gu Changa, let alone Gu Changa himself. How could Gu Changa not have guessed this little trick? To him, the higher Yi Ling jumped now, the harder it would be for him to fall when the time came. Moreover, Gu Changa had already made arrangements to deal with Yi Ling. When the time came, not only could he destroy Yi Ling's reputation, but he could also safely sit back and reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Gu Changa's smile deepened, and he could not help but pinch Yu Mingkong's small hand under the banquet table. Slender and delicate, like flawless jade, he could not bear to let go of her hand. This caused Yu Mingkong to glare at him and let out a soft snort. However, they were outside, and she could not be bothered to argue with Gu Changa. She also knew that Gu Changa was deliberately teasing her. Gu Changa's injury from Gu Xian that day had already healed, and it was all thanks to this trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy. Yu Mingkong's attitude towards him had softened considerably and was not as cold as before. Now that he was interacting with her like this, it would not cause much of a reaction from her. Gu Changa left the mountain gate and came to ancient Tao, Celestial City, to do some business. Yu Mingkong saw him and followed him, wanting to know what he wanted to do. Coincidentally, Gu Changa sensed Yi Liuli's presence and created a coincidental encounter. The group of people came to this divine watchtower to drink and chat, discussing the recent situation. This divine watchtower had already been cleared by Gu Changa's followers, and there were no other cultivators left, so it would not cause much of a commotion. Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's little flirting actions did not escape Yi Liuli's eyes. She was even more certain that the two of them had a harmonious relationship, which made her very envious. When he heard Gu Changa's question, Yi Langtian pondered for a moment and said, "I've considered what Brother Gu said. It's very likely that Yi Ling has the guidance of an expert behind him. It's also possible that he obtained some sort of inheritance. When I fought with him back then, his moves were extremely strange and could neutralize many of my divine powers. He had also investigated Yi Ling, but in the end he did not find anything special about him. It did not seem like he had an expert guiding him. Therefore, it was very likely that Yi Ling had obtained some ancient and powerful inheritance. Looks like Brother Yi and my guess are about the same. Yi Ling is so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly. Yi Langtian nodded and said, "Even Brother Gu thinks that he has obtained some kind of inheritance." At this moment, Yu Mingkong could not help but look at Gu Changa strangely when she heard this. Yi Ling's ancient, heavenly lord reincarnation's inheritance. Was Gu Changa planning to reveal it? Otherwise, why would he say that and lead in this direction? However, Yu Mingkong quickly shook her head secretly. With Gu Changa's personality, he was eager to keep Yi Ling's secret to himself. If not for her special relationship with Gu Changa, perhaps Gu Changa would have killed her to prevent this secret from being exposed. Therefore, before killing Yi Ling and stealing his inheritance, Gu Changa would definitely not reveal the secret of his own accord. Then what was his motive? While Yu Mingkong was puzzled, Gu Changa said casually, "By the way, Brother Yi, I heard that many outstanding disciples from various sects and orthodoxies have mysteriously disappeared recently. Do you know anything about this?" Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned at first. Then her pupils could not help but shrink slightly as a chill ran down her spine. She felt a terrifying chill in the spirit watchtower in broad daylight. She immediately understood Gu Changa's plan. Chapter 115. How much do you know about this, Brother Yi? Gu Changa spoke casually as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. As he spoke, he raised his hand and poured the wine in the white jade cup into his mouth. He revealed a look of admiration. "This wine is not bad." Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. Looking at his handsome face, she felt a chill run down her spine. Others might not know, but she knew very well. Gu Changa was the true successor of the forbidden demonic technique. In her previous life, he had done many such things to frame people. Moreover, she had foolishly believed him every time and did not have any doubts about Gu Changa. However, now that she had witnessed everything with her own eyes, she felt her palms turn cold and cold sweat run down them. As Gu Changa chatted and drank, she casually threw the blame on Yi Ling's head with this sentence. Although Yu Mingkong also wanted to kill Yi Ling and steal his opportunity, she could not compare to Gu Changa's methods. Everything she had done paled in comparison. She couldn't compare at all. There was no comparison at all. She had always known that Gu Changa's methods were very terrifying. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she understood that this terror was completely revealed in his every word and action. At that moment, Yu Mingkong felt a chill run down her spine. She could not let Gu Changa know that she knew the secret of Gu Changa's immortal devouring demonic technique. Otherwise, she would definitely die a horrible death. When that happened, no one would be able to save her. Her advantage as a reincarnator was of no use in front of Gu Changa. "This wine is not bad. Mingkong, try it." At that moment, as various thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind, Gu Changa suddenly put the wine cup in front of her and smiled. "Why do you look a little pale? Your hands are a little cold. Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing that Gu Changa seemed to be concerned about her, Yu Mingkong would definitely be very happy and touched if it were any other time. But now he felt like he was in a trance. He didn't even know what to say. "Changa, I'm fine." Yu Mingkong shook her head and said softly. She didn't show any signs of abnormality. Gu Chang 577 nodded. His smile remained unchanged as he said meaningfully, "It's good that you're fine." He knew that Yu Mingkong had probably guessed his intentions, so she was a little shocked. Gu Changa was naturally very familiar with this kind of small trick of diverting the water of calamity. There was no psychological burden in doing it. It was just a matter of convenience. In the end, Yu Mingkong was just a woman. Although she could be tough in some aspects, She was forced by the situation. Unlike him, he was born to be a villain boss. His mind was filled with all kinds of schemes and plots. To Gu Changa, this matter could only be said to be too much of a coincidence. The reason he came to ancient Daotian City to deal with this matter was because Inmei had been helping him search for various cultivation resources recently. There was a deviation in the results, which was noticed by some factions. It caused panic and uproar in many places. Gu Changa didn't say anything about this. If one walked by the river often, their shoes would get wet. No matter how well hidden it was, there would be traces and flaws. Gu Changa was still thinking about how to solve this problem. Yi Langtian happened to bump into him and even mentioned Yi Ling's matter to him. Didn't he have a scapegoat now? As for how to put the blame on Yi Ling, Gu Changa had already thought of many methods. Moreover, each method was guaranteed to be flawless and difficult to find any flaws. Yi Langtian was a little stunned at this moment. When he saw Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong talking without caring about others, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mingkong and Brother Gu's relationship is really enviable. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's expression had returned to normal. She smiled at this and didn't say anything. She felt that she might have been too paranoid. Although Gu Changa's recent actions were for various benefits, compared to her previous life, he was already treating her very well. Their relationship had also improved a lot. Moreover, just now, Gu Changa saw that her palms were a little cold and sweaty. He even gently held her hands to comfort her. She didn't know if Gu Changa had noticed something. However, this kind of careful care was very useful. At this moment, Yi Langtian continued, "Recently, this matter has indeed caused a lot of people to panic. Many talented sky prides have suddenly disappeared. The most important thing is that their cultivation base isn't very high. At first, no one noticed anything. However, now that this has happened, many cultivators have realized that the number of missing cultivators is not small. Most importantly, some of the tombs of some orthodoxies have been dug up. Some of the ancient corpses have also disappeared. As the successor of the Yi clan, it was very easy for him to find out about these things. Of course, the most important reason was that a few days ago, the grandson of an elder of a large clan suddenly disappeared. The elder searched everywhere, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. That grandson of his had only been in this world for a short time and had never offended anyone. In the end, it was as if he had sunk into the sea and disappeared without a trace. The upper realm was so big, the number of cultivators disappearing every day was simply uncountable. It was not strange for them to disappear for various reasons. For example, they encountered a spatial rift, accidentally encountered a battle between experts, and were killed by the aftermath. However, that elder found some clues. There was a force in the dark that was searching for talented sky prides everywhere. It started from the upper realm's inner realm and spread to various heavens, spreading to the central realm and the outer realm. Once this matter was made public, it immediately caused many forces to be shocked, uneasy, and even fearful. This matter seems to be similar to what I understand. Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then he stared at Yi Langtian and asked directly, "Brother Yi, do you think this has something to do with a taboo inheritance that disappeared in the long river of time and was destroyed by many orthodoxies?" Gu Changa asked frankly and went straight to the point. After all, this matter was a little strange to be hesitant about. "Brother Gu, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Yi Langtian's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. In fact, Gu Changa did not need to say much about this matter. He also felt that it was very likely, otherwise it would not have caused so much fear. He did not mention it first because he felt that this matter was too terrifying and simply did not dare to imagine. The 4 words taboo inheritance showed how terrifying this matter was. Now, in the upper realm, no one dared to mention these words. This was how the name of taboo came about. If I'm not wrong, the taboo inheritance has appeared again. It's like grass. Even a wildfire can't burn down. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. No matter how it's destroyed, it will revive again. Guchanga said calmly. When he said this, Yumingkong felt that he seemed to be hinting at something. After all, Guchanga in front of her was the true owner of the taboo inheritance. And after saying so much, what he said next was the main topic. Brother Gu, you think the same as me. Hearing this, Yi Langtian nodded and sighed. He suddenly felt that Guchanga was really his confidant. He could not help but sympathize with him for thinking the same thing. Of course, he naturally did not know that Guchanga said this only to use him to spread the news. In this way, who would first suspect Guchanga? This was simply impossible. If that's true, then the time of the taboo inheritance's appearance is too much of a coincidence. At this time, Guchanga spoke again. His calm expression carried a hint of hesitation as if he was thinking about something. Brother Gu, do you think that Yi Ling's sudden rise has something to do with this matter? Hearing this, Yi Langtian simply asked directly. His expression carried some confusion. It was obvious that he had also thought about it carefully. I've investigated many things about Yi Ling. Firstly, he has no background. Secondly, he has no resources. Secondly, he is not valued in the collateral family. How could his cultivation surpass his peers and catch up with us? This matter is indeed too much of a coincidence. It seems that I have to pay more attention to this matter. Hearing this, Guchanga's expression was calm. However, in his heart, he was praising Yi Langtian in his heart. Yi Langtian had already speculated in the direction that he wanted. In this way, Yi Ling would not have it as easy as he did now. Of course, at this time he still needed his help. Brother Gu, this matter is of great importance. I have to leave first. I have to report to the family. When the immortal ancient continent opens, we will meet again. Then, Yi Langtian's expression was uncertain. He prepared to leave with Yi Liuli. Brother Yi, take care. Guchanga had a faint smile on his face. He also clasped his hands and left. Very quickly, after Yi Langtian left, the god's watchtower quieted down. Guchanga's expression was thoughtful as he looked out of the street. Yumingkong did not speak. Her picturesque, fairy-like face stared at Guchanga. Her white face seemed to be shining. It was extremely moving. It was as if she wanted to see through him. What's wrong? You look at your husband like this every day. Are you not used to it? Guchanga suddenly chuckled. He held her hand again and asked. Yumingkong looked at him with her beautiful eyes and shook her head. Your methods are too frightening. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yi Ling will die sooner or later. It's just that it's easier this way. Guchanga laughed. Besides, isn't your husband helping you kill him? Yumingkong let out a nasal snort. Obviously, she didn't believe what he said. What did he mean by helping her? He made it sound so nice. When the time came, he would definitely take all the benefits. At most, he would leave her some soup. If she cooperated with Guchanga, she could forget about taking advantage of him. It would be the same even if she was his fiancée. It had to be said that Yumingkong now understood Guchanga very well. You're full of evil tricks. How much of your words can I trust? Yumingkong could not be bothered with him. She began to think about what tricks Yi Ling had in her previous life. After suffering once, she was much more cautious. Let's wait and see. Guchanga smiled. At the same time, in a remote ancient city to the east of Dao, Heaven Ancient City. Brother Bai Lai, thank you for all the cultivation resources you've provided. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. In a tall pavilion, a few young prodigies were drinking and chatting. One of them was a man in black with a pendant around his neck. It was Yi Ling. As he spoke, he gave a toast to Bai Lai and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Bai Lai's aura was shocking. His blood qi was like a furnace. Just sitting in the middle made the young prodigies here not to be underestimated. They were very respectful. After all, Bai Lai was the successor of the primordial royal White Tiger clan. His status was far from what they could compare to. He was clearly here for Yi Ling's sake. Ha ha ha, brother Yi Ling, you're too polite. Why do we have to say this between us? Bai Lai was clearly very happy. He was already drunk, and his words were full of heroism. Suddenly his face lit up. He felt the communication talisman in his pocket heating up slightly. Clearly his fiancée, Yin Mei, was contacting him. This made Bai Lai very happy because Yin Mei rarely took the initiative to contact him. It's obvious that sister-in-law is contacting Big Brother. Big Brother, why don't you hurry and see what the message is? Yi Ling clearly knew Bai Lai's situation very well. Seeing this, he could not help but laugh and tease. He knew that Bai Lai was very fond of his fiancée. Hearing him call her sister-in-law made Bai Lai feel very comfortable all over. This made his smile even brighter. He hurriedly checked the message in the communication talisman, then laughed and said, Yin Mei said that she has something to do and has to leave Dao Heaven Palace. She has time today and can meet me. Chapter 116. In the pavilion, divine light was faintly discernible, and essence energy filled the air. It was a harmonious and lively scene. Bai Lai drank another cup of wine. As he spoke, he could not help but reveal a smug and excited expression. Although he had met Yin Mei a few times during this period and had even brought her to meet many of his friends, including Yi Ling, Yin Mei had always maintained a distance of 30 feet from him due to her reserved nature. She could not even touch him. This made Bai Lai feel a little troubled. However, on the other hand, it also made him like Yin Mei even more when he saw her reserved and self-loving character. The slight displeasure that he had encountered at the All-Thousand Dao banquet also disappeared. After all, he had no choice at that time. Yin Mei was forced into a corner. In any case, one day he would chop off the hand that Gu Chang'e used to touch Yin Mei's foxtail. Today, Yin Mei had taken the initiative to contact him, which made Bai Lai very happy. In his opinion, the relationship between the two of them was gradually warming up and becoming very familiar with each other. Perhaps they could take another step closer today. As he thought of this, Bai Lai's smile deepened. As he took out his communication talisman and informed Yin Mei of his current location, he smiled at the prodigies in front of him and said, I asked Yin Mei to come and find me directly. I don't think you guys have any objections, right? Hearing this, the prodigies hurriedly shook their heads and laughed. Brother Bai Lai, what are you saying? Why would we have any objections? We've long heard about the 9 lives heavenly maiden Yin Mei. She's the heavenly maiden of the 9-tailed tribe. She's beautiful and stunning. Brother Bai Lai, you have such a fiancée. I'm really envious and jealous. Moreover, at the All-Thousand Dao banquet some time ago, I heard that the heavenly maiden Yin Mei faced Gu Chang'e directly without batting an eyelid. That's right. For Brother Bai Lai, she dared to stand up and fight against Gu Chang'e. As a disciple of the heavenly palace of immortals, she can do such a thing. There's no need to say more about the heavenly maiden Yin Mei's character. How many women in the world can curry favor with the powerful to this extent? How many people have you shaken off with this alone? However, heavenly maiden Yin Mei's actions are truly admirable. She is truly a good match for Big Brother Bai Lai. Hearing this, the group of young geniuses, regardless of gender, began to toast and flatter Bai Lai. These words made Bai Lai feel very comfortable. Although he was a little upset at the mention of Gu Chang'e, the thought of Yin Mei coming soon made him feel better. Yi Ling sat on the other side. He was dressed in black and looked very ordinary. However, he exuded an indescribable sense of self-confidence. Even among the crowd of fawning young heaven's favorites, he stood out. He had heard about the myriad Dao banquet some time ago. That Gu Chang'e really went too far. He humiliated Bai Lai in public. If it wasn't for Bai Lai's fiancée Yin Mei standing up for him at the critical moment, blocking a wave of attacks for him, perhaps Bai Lai would suffer even greater humiliation. As for Yin Mei, Yi Ling had seen her a few times. She was indeed very beautiful. As someone who always liked beauties, he was a little moved. However, She was Big Brother Bai Lai's fiancée after all. Although he liked beauties, he still had a bottom line. Of course, if Bai Lai wasn't around, then taking care of his sister-in-law would be a different matter. At that moment, Yi Ling noticed the sinister look in Bai Lai's eyes when he heard about Gu Changa. He couldn't help but laugh. Big Brother Bai Lai, why are you so concerned about that Gu Changa? After all, his cultivation speed is only half a step faster than yours. When you break through to the mid-stage Regis stage, why should you be afraid of him? Hearing this, Bai Lai laughed and said, You really understand me. I think so too. When I break through to the mid-stage Regis stage, so what if Gu Changa is strong? I'm not afraid of him. My white tiger race's offensive power is not weaker than anyone of the same cultivation level. This was also the invincible belief that he firmly believed in now. Previously, he avoided Gu Changa at the All Dao banquet because his cultivation level was not as high as his. However, now that he felt the shackles of the mid-stage Regis stage, he could think of a way to break through at any time. When that time came, he would definitely defeat Gu Changa and make him lose face, making him regret what he did that day. Oh, right. Speaking of Gu Changa, why do you seem to have a lot of enmity with him? I heard that you also threatened to challenge him. Suddenly, Bai Lai frowned and thought of something. He looked at Yi Ling and asked, It's not that I don't think you have any hope. After all, I've seen your talent with my own eyes. You can defeat someone stronger than you. You can even fight against Yi Langtian, who is as famous as Gu Changa. When your cultivation level catches up, Gu Changa will probably not be your match. The recent rumors had already spread throughout the boundless heaven. The young prodigies here also knew about this matter. Naturally, they were very impressed with Yi Ling. Yi Langtian was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. In the various heavens of the upper realm, there were many rumors about him. Yi Ling defeating someone stronger than him had obviously shocked many people. Otherwise, how could a side family disciple like him be brothers with Bai Lai? Brother Bai Lai, you don't know. If Gu Changa is your enemy, then he is naturally my enemy too. What's more, do you know his fiancée? Hearing this, Yi Ling couldn't help but laugh. His words showed that he didn't put Gu Changa in his eyes. In his opinion, those rumors couldn't be completely believed. Even if they were true, he wasn't afraid because he had great confidence and ability in his heart. Gu Changa's fiancée? You're talking about the fourth princess of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, Yumingkong. She is indeed a stunning woman. Could it be that you have designs on her? Bai Lai drank a cup of wine. When he heard Yi Ling's words, his eyes lit up. After all, they were all men. When it came to women, there was always no taboo. In particular, Yumingkong was indeed outstanding. Although the territory of the unparalleled celestial dynasty was very far from boundless heaven, recently he heard that Yumingkong had rushed to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace to look for her fiancé, Gu Changa. This really made him envious. The eyes of the few young men at the side also lit up. They were very interested in this topic and listened attentively. Who didn't yearn for a so-called beauty? They didn't expect Yi Ling to have such guts. He actually dared to have designs on Yumingkong. This made them admire him even more. At this time, Yi Ling narrowed his eyes again and said, I don't know the reason, but Yumingkong plotted to kill me for no reason. I was lucky enough to escape. I won't let her off so easily. As for Gu Changa, I'm just going to settle the score with him. Speaking of this, he touched the black pendant on his neck. The incident in the Blackstone ancient city was still vivid in his mind. He originally wanted to get close to her, but he didn't expect that he would almost lose his life there. Thinking of this, Yi Ling's eyes flashed coldly. This made Bai Lai stunned. However, when he thought of his good brother's temperament, he guessed that he had designs on her and was then killed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At that moment, the group of young geniuses laughed again. They began to discuss the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's preparations to open the immortal ancient mainland. They had formed a small circle. At the same time, In the ancient city where Yi Ling and the others were, a very ordinary-looking carriage was slowly moving towards them. The old man in black, who was driving the carriage, also looked very ordinary. However, he gave off a sense of ease and ease. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but retreat. They vaguely guessed that the identity of the person in the carriage was not simple. In the carriage, two figures sat opposite each other. They were Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong lowered her eyes slightly. She was thinking about many things in her previous life. The young master of the White Tiger clan by Lai was one of Yi Ling's rare true friends. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together. They were like brothers and had a very deep relationship. She knew that Gu Chang'e was planning to make a move on by Lai. As for how to push the blame of the taboo demonic technique onto Yi Ling, she was also curious about what Gu Chang'e was going to do. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be decided by simply discussing it with Yi Langtian. If one were to investigate in detail, they would realize that Yi Ling and the taboo demonic technique were completely unrelated. What other tricks did Gu Chang'e have that she didn't know? She raised her head and glanced at Gu Chang'e. She realized that he was very quiet at that moment. His usual expression of looking down on everything was gone. He seemed exceptionally calm and at ease. When the moonlight fell on his handsome face, he gave off an otherworldly vibe. How nice would it be if this was his true appearance? This made Yu Mingkong shake her head slightly. She threw this unrealistic thought out of her mind. Both of them had their own thoughts. The atmosphere was peaceful and silent. The smell of wine and sandalwood was mellow. Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat relaxed as he narrowed his eyes slightly, asking for fresh flowers. Elder Ming, just find a residence to rest in. I want to watch a good show tonight. Then Gu Chang'e spoke casually to the old man in black who was driving the carriage. Yes, young master, Elder Ming replied. Ancient Daotian City was not far from here. However, because ancient Daotian City had been extremely lively recently, and because various clans and sects had gathered, many cultivators had rushed to the nearby ancient city to rest. After leaving ancient Daotian City, Gu Chang'e did not choose to return to the sect. He also did not want to alert the enemy. He kept a low profile along the way. After all, he was here to watch a good show. At the same time, he wanted to add fuel to the fire so that things would not go wrong. If he wanted to throw the blame of the taboo demonic technique out, he would have to use some tricks. And now he opened the system that he had not opened for a long time. He had not looked at the stats interface for a long time. Owner, Gu Chang'e Aura, Destined Villain Weapon, 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Young Master of Longevity, Gu Family Physique Bloodline, Demonic Heart, Tao, Bone Cultivation, Mid-Stage Regal Emperor Realm Techniques and Abilities, Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, 8th level, 60%, Myriad Transformations Demon Body, Innate Talent, Innate Divine Will, Innate Talent, Void Power, Innate Talent, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal. Mantra, Fate Value, 12,000 luck points, 2,500 black. System store unlocked. Inventory, Boundary Breaking Talisman X1, Restriction Breaking Talisman X1, Divine Concealment Talisman X1, Luck Plunder Card X3 before Gu Chang'e knew it. His luck points had increased to 2,500 points. This was quite fast, other than most of the luck points provided by Su Qingge and Lin Xiuhan. Some of them must have come from Gu Xian Er. Of course, some time ago, because of the 2 Daughter of Luck missions, he had obtained a lot of luck points. Now, what Gu Chang'e had to do was to solve Bai Lai's random mission. After all, it was 1,000 luck points. 5,000 fate value was not low. At this time, it was about time for Bai Lai to show his last bit of value. In his plan, Bai Lai was very useful, and he couldn't find a better choice than Bai Lai. It's been a while since the last breakthrough. Speaking of which, it's time for me to break through. At this time, Gu Changa glanced at his current realm. To be honest, after getting used to the immortal devouring demonic technique, he found that although it was good to add points, it was still lacking compared to the immortal devouring demonic technique. Of course, the fate value had more and better uses for him. However, it was difficult for his real cultivation to be unstoppable. In front of the current world, he had to obediently add points and maintain his cultivation on the surface. 1. System, add points. Gu Changa instructed. Then, a familiar cool feeling swept through his body. His limbs and bones began to emit a strange energy, and every cell seemed to be transforming. At the same time, the Tao Heaven Immortal Manuscript's progress was pushed to the 8th level, 90%. Late Emperor Realm, breakthrough. This guy just mysteriously broke through. Yu Mingkong also noticed a change in Gu Changa's aura and was surprised. She had always been curious about how Gu Changa could control his cultivation on the surface so flawlessly that it was difficult to find a flaw. If it wasn't for her previous life, she probably wouldn't have known that Gu Changa had been hiding his greatest trump card all this time. This made her secretly shocked. Gu Changa's methods were simply unbelievable. Could it be that as long as he wanted to, he could break through to the virtual God realm, true God realm, or even higher realms? Thinking of this, Yu Mingkong fell silent. Even if she had been searching for opportunities everywhere, her real cultivation was only on par with Gu Changa's on the surface. Of course, her cultivation on the surface was only at the early stage of the immortal Emperor realm. After her previous life's experience, she understood the importance of hiding her trump card. She wouldn't easily reveal her true cultivation. Therefore, even Gu Changa didn't realize that Yu Mingkong's real cultivation was only at the late stage of the immortal Emperor realm. Just this point alone was enough for her to look down on all the young paragons. Of course, this wasn't important to Gu Changa. He didn't even care about it. 1,000.